So let's make the most of this opportunity and take away something new to share and understand and give forward. I would like to request all to be seated. And I would like to request once more to keep their mobile phones on silent mode for the duration of the seminar.
Ahanba maktada mafam asida tinbiriba aikoigi ikai khumnabada thoidok hendokna matik charaba tungi lamjing maira kaya paibiriba ahal laman oja guru amadi thauram asibu mapung faba saktam ama semgat minanabagi nabakta lakpiriba tinbiriba aikoigi ireicha ichilinau maheiroi singbu sinja langjariba Manipur Diaspora Association Chandigarh gi maikaitagi Hanna taramna ukchari loina na thauram asida aikoi amatta oi haibagi saktam aduga loinana thauram asibu sinja langjari bagi maikaidagi asoi angam yaukhrabasu ngakpina ba haiduna amasung cooperate pibina ba haiduna hanna mayamgi maphamda nolukna ningsingjari.
I would like to call upon our respective speakers on stage for felicitation. please welcome Professor Bhagat Oinam, Chairperson, Center for Philosophy, Special Center for the Study of Northeast India, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. I would like to call upon Dr. Guru Mayum Amarjit Sharma, Assistant Professor, Center for Philosophy, Special Center for the Study of Northeast India, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. I would also like to call upon stage Dr. Angumcha Bimol Akhoizm, Associate Professor, Center for Philosophy Study of Social Systems, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, on stage. I would request our welcome committee to felicitate our honorable speakers. I would like to request our welcome committee to felicitate our honorable speakers. A round of applause to everyone. Finally, this is an open time for me to declare the official opening of the One Voice Seminar with a patriotic song, a song that has always touched our minds and stirred of emotions and passion for Imalaibag, Manipur. Please welcome our choir singing the song Pari Imom. Please welcome our choir.
Check. Hello. 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 Check. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Check. Hello.
Hello.
check, hello, hello. basa apam lam gan kham ki mai ho re chak lagle mai ri se launa khona chak lagle mai ri se launa khona om len mi ran ko ne ambi mai kal ho ro ne mari nom shamu pangal basa mari nom shamu pangal basa Thank you.
Thank you. Our hearts are heavy and in pain today, and indeed the song sends out a message of unity and devotion amongst us. To give the words of welcome, I would like to request Mrs. Nanda Premji Sharma, fellow member of Manipuri Diaspora Association Chandigarh, on stage to give the welcome address.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Today, on behalf of Manipuri Diaspora Association Chandigarh, welcome to you all. To this seminar on One Voice, a very warm welcome to respected speakers, Professor Bhagat Oinam, Chairperson, Center for Philosophy, Chairperson, Special Center for the Study of Northeast India, JNU, New Delhi. Dr. Gurumayum Amarjit Sharma, Assistant Professor, Special Center for the Study of Northeast India, JNU, New Delhi. And Dr. Ngomcha Bimon Akoijam, Associate Professor, Center for the Study System, JNU, New Delhi. And warm welcome to all respected professors of the Panjab University and respected Dr. O.P.J. Chandigarh. And also a very warm welcome to all the invitees, the dear students of Chandigarh and my dear brothers and sisters present here. Today, we are here to have discussion and insight of the current crisis in Manipur. We know that still Manipur is burning. Let's all unite together to save the integrity of Manipur and restore peace and harmony of the state of Manipur. Save Manipur, long live Manipur. Thank you.
धन्यवाद श्रीमती नंदा शर्मा। मैं इस सम्मानीय मंच को पुनः प्रणाम करती हूँ। सत श्री अकाल, नमस्कार और आज के सेमिनार एक स्वर में मैं आप सभी का स्वागत करती हूँ। मैं यहाँ एकत्र हुए अपने सभी मित्रों और अपने सम्मानित दर्शकों के प्रति आभार व्यक्त करना चाहती हूँ जिन्होंने निमंत्रण स्वीकार किया।
Add few to my introductory chapter, which was said by the welcoming address. I was little to say, though it is a bad, very short temper. When initially I faced all my lifetime extreme happiness, extreme worries and poverties and lot of money I have seen in my life when my father was running a shop in Singjamai. And there was a time for about almost 3-4 years, to tell you frankly, I had to live with single meal in a day. And Delhi, I have to study for my school. I did my matric from Ramlal Pal High School. I did my LP, Lower Primary School, from the first Manipur का सबसे पहले जो LP स्कूल है पेडिग्री स्कूल इन थोक्सम रखा है सिंजामी का मतलब उसमें हमने वो किया उसके बाद मरांगकोम ME स्कूल after that I had gone to Ramnalpur High School. Thereafter after having done my matric, somehow I was very interested to join the army right from the beginning. As I was born during the Second World War, 1938 August I was born. So then we left our house, ran away to Sajinkaram, that is Lilong, stayed there for 5 years. Those days I remember we had no even transport. We had to go by boat in Imphal River, taking about almost 6 hours to reach Lilong. Then settle down there for about 5 years, then come back. But by the time we come back after the war, the places, our mandap, mandir, and our houses not livable. Then we had gone to Usekon, Komba, stayed there for 5 years. Then we come back. So those days, though we had so much of problems, but still people are always united. People are there to help us. And whatever we had, we got all help from all. But nowadays, what I find is something really very, very difficult to say. I don't want to really say this in front of everybody. Coming to a little on a subject, I have been trying to find a little so that I can understand about this problem, but I could not find. I had gone to 3 big depository libraries and others, but somehow I couldn't get. But to tell you frankly, since I am from Assam regiment, in my regiment, composition of manpower is 50% Assamese, 30% Nagas, and remainder is Manipuris and Kukis and Kabuis and Arunachalis and all those tribes from northeast. So I know Kukis very well. They are good fighters, educated, they are good. But at the same time, the way things are, I do not want to really give I am none to say anything, but as far as I am concerned, initially what I thought was we must go in for, if possible, to patch up and settle down. But the way things are happening, I don't think it's going to last very long. I don't think it's very easy to finish the whole thing in such short duration. So, I read recently, just about 20 days back, and that letter sent by the Kuki Union to the Prime Minister of India. In that, they had given a long letter, almost 4 or 5 pages, and our Manipur, the 7 Salais, and all those, and then Jumnaks, about 50 odd Jumnaks. Of course, something we also didn't know about it, but finally they say we are an elder brother to the Meiteis. They feel that we have come, they have given the story about our, in 1200 AD, that is 1200 AD, there was a war between Burma and Thailand. So Meiteis are initially a resident of Pong district of Burma. There is a northern portion between Thailand and Burma. And they say, Kuki says, we are the one after that war, we all ran away and then came to Manipur. And before that, Kuki said, we are already there in Manipur. So we are the elder brother to you. Somehow I do not take this idea somehow And if you see or the facial structure of Meiteis are not very similar to what the cookies say we are from eastern side of Burma. We are very, very similar to Malaysians and Indonesians. If you see the complexion or the coffee color complexion, and definitely if you see some players from Malaysia and Indonesia playing badminton, football, and you couldn't make out whether it is Manipuris, Meiteis or Malaysians. Very, very similar. That means it possibility is there, though I was trying to find out, going to libraries and narrate a place to find a book, but I couldn't get it. There is a long strip of Burma and Thailand, long strip going down right up to Malaysia. So from that, possibly we came from Malaysia or Indonesia to Manipur, maybe that well before the 1200 as Cookie said. Anyway, I don't want to go into detail about this. The other speakers are there. But we are looking forward to knowing better things, and then we will be very happy. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and boys and girls. I really enjoyed to be here in the podium to speak to you, have an introduction. It's my good opportunity. I thank the committee for inviting me to come here. Thank you very much again. All the best.
Thank you, sir, so much. Your eminent presence has indeed made this event a memorable one, and we unitedly thank you once again. From our organizers' side, I would like to present a small token of appreciation to Mrs. Gurumayum Ongbi Basantidip. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presence here. Thank you, ma'am. A round of applause, please. Without further ado and utmost humility and honor, I would like to introduce to you our first speaker of the seminar. He is an eminent writer, a philosopher, one of the well-known voices of Manipur, author of many books including Perspectives on Manipuri Culture, and chairperson, Center for Philosophy, Jawaharlal Nehru University. He works on philosophical anthropology, socio-cultural philosophy, ethics, and aesthetics. In addition, he writes on indigenous knowledge, conflict, and identity politics in the Northeast India. Please welcome Professor Bhagat Oinam. Let's acknowledge him with a round of applause, everyone.
Thank you very much for inviting me in this August gathering. And I must put it on record my sincere thanks to this, I believe, newly formed organizations, Manipuri Diaspora of Chandigarh. And I can see many old friends, seniors, all in this hall, and also the students. I was sitting and also seeing the organizers calling all of us from JNU. So it's like importing 3 people from Delhi to here, but 2 of them are from JNU. I am not. Basically, I belong to Panjab University. I did my graduation from Government College, what you call GCM, in Sector 11, and I spent quite a bit of my 12 years of my life in Chandigarh in Panjab University. So whatever I am today, I owe it so much to this university and my teachers. And in fact, let me begin by saying that those teachers who made me what I am today, more than the Meiteis, it is either a Punjabi, a Himachali teacher, a Marathi, a Bengali who has made me what I am. That is what India is all about. So I'm really, really privileged to come back to it's like a homecoming. It's time I come inside this campus. I can go into that, down the memory lane, see the Stutsi you call Student Center, so much of changes. This very hall in which I am standing right now, and during my PhD days, I organized a Manipuri dance recital here. And all those memories really brings me back here to claim that I am from this university. So that's what I am here before you. Today what I wish to do, and my learned colleagues are here who had been writing, speaking at different forums on the present issue that we are facing in Manipur. What I will try to do to flag off the discussion, I will talk more about perspectives and discourses of what is happening, not so much into the details, because by now if you Google it, if you have a WhatsApp with you, just you Google and YouTube, and there are plenty of it, perhaps all for the wrong reason perhaps, but Manipur has become one of the most popular region in India right now. It is talk of the town anywhere perhaps. You go across the country and everybody is talking about, at least the middle class intelligentsia are talking about Manipur. Perhaps not for very good reasons, but nonetheless, a friend of mine who is a journalist says there is nothing called bad news in media. Any news is always a positive news. So let us hope that this also is a way to make Manipur known to the world and what it has gone through and also what it can be. And that is where I wish to submit myself. It is now the 5th month of this violence. And the 1 or 2 days we think, oh, it is silent, perhaps the violence has slowed down. Suddenly there is a firing, there is a burning down of some villages here and there. So this sporadic, what you call violence, is continuing and perhaps may continue for some more times to come. And this is from someone who is closely watching it and who have also spent 1 month in Manipur, going to the nooks and corners of where people were all struggling, suffering. So that's how it is. But what I wish to bring before you is, there are so many stories with each of these, what you call the pictorial, the videos, small WhatsApp messages. These are not merely messages. These are all narratives. Each of these statements that you see, each of the visuals that is shown to you, even a small photographs that is being shown to you, it doesn't come out of blues. It comes with a purpose, and it is part of what I call a storytelling. And this storytelling seems to be so multiple now that many a times we do get confused. And it is bound to get confused because the players are many, narratives are many, sometimes complementing one another, sometimes even contradicting one another. And I was thinking and discussing with a friend, saying, more and more you watch and see what is happening in Manipur, it reminds me of Kurosawa's, what you call, Rashomon. Something that happened. Someone died, a woman who is alive, and a bandit who is caught. And there are different stories. In the front of the, what you call, jury, it tells a story. It's just like that. And even happened, continuously it is happening, and our stories are telling and retelling and countering of stories by one another. Not necessarily among the Kukis and Meiteis, but among the Kukis themselves and among the Meiteis now, among ourselves. And this is more and more intriguing as you go by. And let me begin by saying a statement. Recently, 28, now it is 32, MLAs, Member of Legislative Assembly from Manipur, has come to Delhi, stationed there. I had an opportunity to meet some of them. And they are saying, till the Home Minister, Union Home Minister says something, we will not go back. And perhaps we may even resign. Some of them have started meeting. And Union Home Minister says one thing very interesting. This is yet again, I say, a part of a narrative. And that is, we respect the Maira Paibis, the Imas a lot, but you have to control these women. So unless the women are controlled, we can't do anything. If the Meitei women are controlled, within 10 days, the violence can be subsided. What do you draw from this statement? It turns over the table, up and down. So it looks like everybody is telling a story with certain purpose, with certain agenda. And we seem to be dragged down onto this. Somebody X has said this, Y has said that. And why? How? And this is the mind-boggling with which we are entangled with. And perhaps that is where I want to, what I draw from my philosopher, Wittgenstein, who says about letting the flies out of the fly bottle. Philosophical discussions are nothing so great except that you let the flies which is stuck in the fly bottle to go out. We are all stuck in the fly bottle right now. Fly bottle with full of narratives, and we are just in this cobweb, we are lost, and we need to come out of it. And we need to search for a larger grand narrative which makes sense, which is more holistic and which comprehends. And that is where I'm just trying to target. If you remember, up the 3rd of May, soon, maybe 2 or 3 days after, India's Chief of Army Staff, Defense Staff, CDS, declares in Pune, when a journalist encountered him, saying that this is nothing to do with insurgency. It is all about ethnic conflict. Even before the issue has really triggered off, there is a statement from the army. I'm sorry, there are lots of army officers, but we all respect army. Because of them, we are so comfortably standing and talking here. There are 60,000 defense security forces, including army and paramilitary forces in Manipur right now. And hopefully they will do something, a miracle, which has not happened for 4 months. In the 5th month, hopefully something happens. But the narrative of ethnic conflict comes by. Then quickly there is another narrative that comes, and I have noted down 11 narratives that is being floated out. Narco-terrorism. So those Kuki militants who are up in arms, into violence, into throwing this, dethroning what you call the present government, are all engaged into narcotics, and they are armed. And this illicit trade takes you into narco-terrorism, and it is a threat to the whole country. This is another narrative, a strong narrative. Then you find suddenly a group of the Meiteis who think that every problem that Manipur has today can be solved if we are given scheduled tribe status. Once you give the Meitei scheduled tribe, land issues, conflict, everything can be settled down. ST we must get, that is the core. And comes the tribal groups from the hills who says Meiteis cannot be given ST status because they are more privileged, more advanced than us. If you give them, they will eat away our jobs. And they will also come up to the hills. So ST demand, counter demand is yet another narrative that comes. Then you have this conflict looking at what you call striking to our national sensibility. This is what cookies are claiming, that our centenary gate, which is a symbol of our resistance to the colonial force, the British, against whom we fought in 1917-19, were attemptedly burned down. It was not burned down, somebody tried to burn it down. And that is a challenge to our national aspiration and sensibility. Till now, there is no proof who has tried to burn this. Some miscreants, it could be anyone. It has happened, is a fact. Who has done it? Nobody knows. But Cookie says Meitei have done it. Meitei says we have not done it. This is what I say, the Rashomon phenomenon. It's telling a story. Event happened, but countering one another. Then another thing that is very interestingly, after all these issues, when no confidence motion was brought up in the parliament, Union Home Ministers categorically said, after all this description that he makes, that the whole issue comes from illegal migration. And the next moment is all the cookies are up in arms, saying that this is not the way. We are not illegal migrants. We are son of the soils. We are indigenous people to Manipur. So the whole issue of what is illegality and migration. And there are even some professors who will say there is no migration. This boundary between Myanmar and India is a fictitious boundary. People keeps on going and coming. The same story which in Bangladesh people say that, my relatives is on the other side and I am in India. So Bengali is moving up and down. The Chin Kuki groups moving up and down. And the rules also allow 16 kilometers without any restriction you can go. Anyone from India can go 16 kilometers down to the Myanmar, and 16 kilometers they can come inside India. So where is the migration? And this is our ancestral land. This is the colonial forces which have somehow forcibly drawn a boundary. So we don't bother about the Indian boundary. This is another narrative that is going on. Then another challenge that Meiteis are saying right now, yet another one, is once you abrogate, stop this suspension of order, the agreement between the armed cadres of Kuki, Chin, Jo community, parties, groups, with government of India, things will be settled down. And there are many who are saying that Kukis and Joes, militants, have never fired. They also claim that we have never attacked the Indian army. So the groups that are no threat to the Indian state, is there a need for an agreement? This is also one argument that is going on. Why the need for Sioux? I can understand that if you are having a Sioux agreement with the Naga militants, because they are a havoc, they are unnecessarily going to create hazards to the Indian security forces. To ensure the life and security of our army and Jawans and paramilitary forces, you go for an agreement of suspending operations, violence, attack to one another. That is the very logic of what you call suspension of operation. But the group who has never attacked the Indian state forces, what was the need for an agreement? So this is yet another narrative that is going on. The eighth one I see, and this is very much in the talk within a larger circle among the Métis, and I don't think the Indian state is so seriously taking it, is a question of Jalengam. That Kuki Joe nation, particularly started from Mr. Hawkib, on this whole idea of a Kuki nation. And all we know is there are scattered population of these Chin Kuki groups in Myanmar, in Bangladesh, in India, particularly in Mizoram and Manipur. So they have an aspiration for a consolidated country to come by. So people are arguing and showing, it is always there in the social media, that Indian state should be very cautious about this. But I don't think Indian state takes it very seriously. The other one, which a narrative that comes is, largely it is the military junta. Whenever there is a military rule in Myanmar, the minority communities, ethnic minorities in Myanmar are targeted. And Chin groups who are residing in the Chin province are always a target of the military. And they also target each other. And many a times they flee to the Indian side. So illegal migration, what you call, is largely a result of what you call what is happening in the neighboring country. So once the problem is settled in Myanmar, things will be settled in India, in Manipur. That is another narrative that keeps going up. There is also another aspect which I will go a little more seriously, that is on the territoriality. The whole issue burns down to the territory. And this is something which they are also claiming, the Kuki Chin groups, Métis are also claiming. The difference is that for the Kuki Chin groups, they want a separation of the territory. That means breaking of Manipur and creation of whatever they call an administrative, a separate administration. Whether you call it state, union territory, or you call it an autonomous district council. Even here also I have heard many scholars and activists within the Kuki Chin groups differing with one another. Even one of them confessing in the interview saying that, well, claiming of a state is too small. So we should look for something more practical. On the other hand, the Métis claim that Manipur's territorial integrity must be intact. It should never be broken up. This seems to be a status quo that Métis had been trying since the Nagas 18 June in 2001. And it has not solved. Sometimes it is the Naga from which the threat comes, and this time it is from the Kukis the threat comes. I don't know what the Métis have been doing except our claim, slogan for an inseparable Manipur. How much we have done in the last 20 years has shown the result that nothing has happened. Same problem has started, this time a different player. But challenge to the very idea of Manipur in its territoriality is what is constantly coming up. So one needs to really see this very seriously. And the 11th one I see is another which is very much in the media, and particularly international media, is the Hindu-Christian class, the religious class that has been shown that Métis are Hindus and Kukis are Christians, and minority Christians are being targeted and they had been liquidated, their churches burned down, so on and so forth. This is what the narrative you can see. And you spend so much of your time to overcome, to counter this narrative. And this is what is happening at this point. Now, my submission to you is, apart from all this narrative that is doing around all this while amongst us, I wish to bring before you 3 questions, and perhaps from these three questions, we can try to locate ourselves, our problems. One is how it all happened. And when I say how it happened, it's a question of the event that took place. The events, the sequence of events that took place. This is one. And from there, you derive into who are responsible for this. From the events, we have tried to draw and arrived at the perpetrators of violence or those who are responsible for this. This has been largely the case. If you see the entire May and June, this has been happening. And you will see that in this how question, May 3rd it happened. The cookies started burning down, expelling out the Meiteis from the Kuki-dominated areas. Many temples burned down. Then on the 4th again, you see that the Meitei is retaliating in the Meitei-dominated areas. So many churches being burned down. So this whole idea of, and one reminds you, you don't have to talk much about it in Panjab, in Chandigarh. You have had a long history back, partition of India. What has happened in the entire population being shifted from Punjab, the Muslim population to that side, and Hindu and Sikh population from there to this side. You have had a terrible, terrible story. And that memory, the scar is still not healed. Still people talk about this. And same thing is happening, though in a smaller scale, right in the front of the Indian state. That is something worrisome. My friend Bimol has been working, he had worked on this, on partition, I think with Professor Ashish Nandi. And that partition narrative of the violence that happened, people being dislocated and made to move out and create a new home, and that is what is being cried out in this place. Little do we know that from 1947, 2013, 23, things have not changed much in this country. Now, my submission to the audience here is when we engage with how this event has happened and pinning down the responsibility, those groups who are responsible for escalating this problem, we are missing many things. We get lost into the events of what really happened. Some people will say on 3rd May, the cookies started. The Meiteis will say. Then the cookies will respond by saying that no, on 2nd May, you stopped us from organizing a peaceful rally. Then Meiteis will again go back and say, on 28 April, you started burning down the effigies of the Prime Minister and Chief Minister, burned down the whole gym. So there is a counter and points and counter that is happening. And this is not going to take you much into the real crux of who are responsible. Because as I see, in terms of events that happened on 28 April, 3rd, 2nd May, counter blockade, 3rd May, 4th May, 17th, 18th, if I am not mistaken, when was the new parliament enacted? It was in 18th, I believe, or 19th. I'm just forgetting. I still remember on the television screen, I was seeing Prime Minister installing the Sengong, the sacred, scepter of righteousness with chanting Vedic mantras. And on my left-hand side, I was watching my WhatsApp, YouTube messages of Meitei houses being burned down. On the same day when Prime Minister was putting down the scepter of righteousness in the new parliament building, several of the houses of the Meitei villagers were burned down, and many of them, most of them are scheduled caste communities. Their houses, villages were burned. I was looking at the irony that myself being located in Delhi, getting the best of the positions that one can have, and torn up a visual of two, a celebration and the pain, the violence, and celebrating righteousness and what is happening, the injustice here. And I was asking to myself, my goodness, what the hell is this going on? And you can keep on talking about the events. Then what happens is, I was reflecting to myself that more and more you talk about events, this common log, the cookie will say, you Meiteis invaded, killed our people. Then we will say, you killed our farmers who were going to the paddy field by shooting from the hills. And what ends up with this looking up how events are happening is only it boils down to the Meiteis and cookies. And the entire problem seems to be located with the animosity of the two communities called Meiteis and cookies. And I keep hearing many Meiteis saying, some army colonel who's saying that the buddy, the closest sepoy who is supposed to be next to the, close bodyguard of the officer, the buddy you call, is a cookie. Can you imagine this? A Meitei officer saying that the buddy who is next to me, most reliable person, is a cookie soldier. How does it explain then? And I also heard a cookie officer, a revenue officer, IRS officer, who tells me, whose house is perhaps burned down and who is working in Delhi, stationed in Delhi. Coming out from the meeting, he says, you know, I'm born and brought up in Imphal. My parents, my grandparents bought land. We built houses. I have lots of Meitei friends. I can't imagine my life without the Meiteis. Look at this. At the personal level, there are so much of closeness, but at the collective level, the discourses tells you something else, the paradoxes. And that makes me think that perhaps how these events are unfolding is a bad question to ask. It is not the right question. As a student of social science, perhaps you have to look for other questions. And that question is, I say, why question should come. Why such a thing is happening? And when I say why, it is not targeting on the event per se, but reasons behind certain events. And first thing that strikes me of why such a thing happened is that, can you imagine, or those of you non-Manipuris who are sitting here, those who are Meiteis already know about it, is that Manipuri Meitei insurgents are, quote unquote, harbored by the Myanmarese government. I don't know how true it is, but it is a fact that Meitei insurgents, when they were pushed out of Manipur, many stayed in Bangladesh, many stayed in Myanmar. Quite obvious, you go to the next country. When the relationship between Bangladesh government and Indian government goes well, all of them were arrested, including our chief of the UNLF, who is now in Imphal, who have served jail terms. Still there are insurgents on the other side. And without the support of the state there, how is it possible the insurgents would be staying in those regions? This is an obvious question people will ask. Now, can you see this? That if this is the case, how is it that Kuki Chin insurgent groups who are fighting the military junta are staying in the Indian side? तो आपने हमारे जो अगेंस्ट में जो लड़ाई करने वाले को उधर शरण दिया है, तो हम भी उनको शरण देंगे. This is simple political diplomacy logic. And you don't need a rocket science to say this. You don't need even a person like me. Anyone who is reading will know. So, Chin Kuki groups who are fighting the military junta are being harbored in this. Secondly, please note it down that in this year itself, there has been several strikes against the Chin groups by the military junta in Myanmar, and there is a story of these people coming to this side, to India, in Myanmar, in Mizoram and Manipur. You also know that there are Chin Kuki groups. I'm using the word with hyphenation. This, what you call Kuki this side, they say Chin in the other side. In Sylhet province in Bangladesh, there are settlement of the Chins. And recently, in the last 2-3 months, there were a military attack onto this. And in all possibility, they must have come this side. But why the Indian state is allowing this to happen? If the two foreign countries are striking to their insurgents, and they are coming this side, and this is not my concoction, Lieutenant General Ellen Singh himself has said, tweeted that lots of insurgent groups have come to this side. I put a full stop here. My point was that look at the larger international politics that is going on. So it is the way we are talking right now between the cookies and Chins. It is not about Kuki and Chin here. It is an Indian sovereign state. You have a Myanmar state. There is a Bangladesh. And involvement of the three cannot be doubted. There has been news report that Indian Army Chief visited Bangladesh and Bangladesh Army Chief visited India in this year itself. And they just don't come for a cup of tea. Certainly, they must be discussing all these national security issues. Now, this has to do with the migration as well. But the migration also is something we cannot completely throw away by saying that they must not come. When you have a border which is porous, when the life is difficult in the other side, and India is a greener pasture, and so much of uninhabited land in Manipur, and that settlement is happening. And it is here that the Manipur state has not done much in order to check the number of people who have migrated, whereas Mizoram has done it. And this is another point where it is not only the Kuki and Meitei, but the state government who is responsible. Should have done the job of really checking the people who have come, establishing building camps, allowing them to stay in a particular area. This has never happened. They all mingle with the communities. This is also one, unfortunately, our state government has not done enough. Because this is also a story, I don't know how true it is, that when the new migrants come, the old cookies, old inhabitants, they vacate their village, allow the young, newer ones to settle, and the old one creates a new village. Because creating a new village is not such a big deal with the cookie communities because of their nomadic character. So this is another aspect I would like to see. And what about the drugs? Do you think it is only the cookie communities who are cultivating opium? True, it is largely cultivated in the cookie-dominated areas. There has also been in the Naga areas as well. But what is important is, who are those who are really responsible for this? And it is the rich elite class who can be cookies, who can be Nagas, who can be Meiteis, who can be Manipuri Muslims, who are into this drug. Some poor farmers among the cookies are being, charged. Of course they are responsible, but more responsibility lies with the elites, the drug cartels that is involved. This nobody is talking about. Though there is a talk about it, but it doesn't go inside. I'm sorry, again the army officers are here. But armies, when they go to Manipur, they also play the devil's role. The individuals I'm talking about. One army colonel was caught with 18 crore drugs in Palel area. This is on record. So there is a deep nexus between the politicians, the army, the security forces I'm talking about, and even those who are cultivating. So there are some vested interest groups who are involved in all this, and we need to go into that. And let me also make another point here, that Is it a sporadic event on 3rd May that something happened and Meitei responded? No, there are much more deeper games that is being played out. And that game, I believe, is not only the Kuki elites, but others involved. When we were struggling in the May, 2nd week, 3rd week, people were all fighting out how to write an article to respond to this letter, articles published in the newspapers. The Meiteis I'm talking about. There are series of articles that have come up. Even happened on 3rd and subsequently it is coming up. Even it has been said, how true I do not know, that one of the top officials, Kuki officials in government of Manipur, very close to the present chief minister, he vacated his bungalow 1 week before this event happened. Did he have a premonition? Did he have a premonition that something is going to happen, so I'm vacating myself and going to Churachandpur? My submission is, it is not a coincidence. There could be a well-planned strategy about how things are happening. Look at the way the letters are written to the European Unions, letters written to the church confederations, letters written to the Prime Minister of Israel, saying that we at the original Jewish community had been tortured, ostracized by the Hindus of Manipur. And naturally, this, when you internationalize, then it gives a bad name to the Indian state. So not so much with the Manipur or Meiteis, but it is against the Indian state. What is coming from the Christian lobby is against the Indian state, because you already have a particular notion about India in the West, that Indian state, particularly the present government, is largely a Hindu-dominated, Hindu political party. So that kind of a, propaganda that is going on. So my submission to all here present, it is not so much between two communities, Kukis and Meiteis. As you look closer, how things are evolving, the reasons behind all this happening, there are bigger players, and perhaps we are only the small pawns. Why I say this is, all of you know it, that when two events, let me tell you, when the Kukis were head on to bury their dead to Torbung Bangla, which is a contested place, Meiteis also inhabited, they had been expelled out. They wanted to make a, what you call, what is the best word for that? For the dead to be a cemetery, but a national war memorial. And Meiteis were against that. But you just need one word from Home Minister, Union Home Ministers, who say that you don't do it. And like a very obedient student, they just stopped. So is the case with the Manipuri MLAs. One word and we just kept quiet. So we seem to be, these two groups which the whole world is saying, Meitei and Kuki, they seem to be a small pawn in the larger players in this game. And we need to point it out. And even it will not be surprising if there are corporates involved, because the kind of trade route northeast is becoming now. The corridor, the look east is opening up. China is taking enormous interest in trade transaction from Yunnan province via Myanmar, going to the Cox's Bazar. Japan is interested to convert the entire region, this area, as economic free trade zone, so that they can also play their role. And even we came in the newspaper, we found it, that Godrej already have signed agreement of cultivating palm, what you call, trees, so that the palm oil can be extracted as an alternative to poppy cultivation. So there are so many things happening. And even look at this. Can you imagine that government of India has built the tallest railway line in the world in the northeast, in Manipur, Assam adjoining? Is it merely love for the Kukis and Meiteis? Or it has to do with largely with the trade routes that to be built up? So perhaps, who knows, that Meiteis, Kukis and Nagas might be seen by these big players as a nuisance creator. So they have to be settled once for all. Because in this middle of the crisis, Nagas also come in. Because no talk, no agreement can be settled about Manipur without the Nagas, without the Meiteis and without the Kukis. That is for sale. But unfortunate story is, Naga, Meiteis and Kukis have almost become a pawn to the bigger players that are there. Some visible, some invisible. Only way to counter this is, I don't know, it's $1 million questions. If these three groups sit down, sit together, perhaps no other fourth party can do anything. We have to settle our problems ourselves. But unfortunately, we are all the time running to Delhi. For any problem that we are having, we are looking for a fourth party. But these three communities who are the stakeholders, they are so much against each other. Nagas are very guarded at the moment. They are neither siding with the Kukis nor with the Meiteis. They can side with anyone at any point. And these three groups, not so much in talking terms, needs to come down and sit. Because we are being used by forces who have their own vested interests. I hope the civil society groups, those elites who matters within these communities, must think about it. That do we only go by the verdict of this union government or a Supreme Court or somebody else from Israel or European Union to decide our future, our fate? Or we have to sort it out among ourselves? Because every time you fight, you also use another word, we are brothers and sisters. Of course, Mahabharata has told it long back, the greatest of the battles are fought among brothers and sisters. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights and inputs. Before we call upon our second speaker, I would like to make an announcement. Our respected speaker, Professor Bhagat, will be leaving soon due to some prior commitments. So if sir won't be able to stay for the QA session, if anyone has questions for him, you're requested to come forward. I would like to request Mr. Malim to assist with this. Mr. Malim.
So I have heard your lectures, but your conclusion is, are we suspecting divide and rule policy being played on us? Can you clarify it and give some enlightenment to us?
Sorry, I have to in between come because I have a train to go back. That is precisely what it is very visible, even you don't need to say about it. I mean, that is what is happening. We have lost our agency in this process. In this process where violence are being triggered through some other means, and people are sucked into this chain of violence, we have lost our agency. Only way to recover our own agency is by sitting across. Even if you are angry with another, you throw it to each other. You throw your anger to the other. You should be able to listen to the other. The problem is we are not listening to one another. We are only speaking our point of view. That is what I wanted to say.
Thank you.
I think there.
Now, small tribes like Kuki, Jau, Mar, Mijos, they all got together and decided and agreed to have a united movement and have a greater scheduled tribe area, that is including Mizoram. So this recently, about 20 days back. So in this case, I felt this movement and conflict is not going to be very soon. I don't think so. So what, from your side, what do you feel, what we should do? What actions should be taken?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I think it would be politically wise if the Meiteis do not comment on that. Because the moment we comment on their effort to unify, saying that you cannot, then unification is for sure. So I think let us wish them good luck, but we should also tell them, see, you are better being in Manipur, because I know many friends from Mizoram who tells me, many Mizo who are silos, who tells me that these communities Mar, when they go to your state Manipur, your state they say to the Meiteis, when they go to your state Manipur, they will say we are Mar. Once they come to Mizoram, they can't even claim that they are Mar, they are Mijos. So if they are happy with that, let them be. But we can say that Manipur is always a plural society. Before I say I am a Meitei, I can also say I am a, what do you call that, my clan name. I am a Khuman, I can say. Then they have the 7, where is that flag? My friend Umakanta is not included here, unfortunately. This is the irony of how we construct our own identity. Meiteis are also shrinking in their mindset. Unless we open up, because we want a Manipur which is together by all, to be lived by, and on that you only tell the story of the Meiteis, then naturally they will like to go to Mizoram more and more. What can I say? I think there are more, yeah. Maybe one more question, others, we should listen to others as well. I want to listen to them as well.
Good afternoon, sir. So in this current scenario, what advices do you want to give to the youth of Manipur? Sometimes we think that we are useless, doing nothing for my motherland. So give us some advices to the youth of Manipur. Thank you, sir.
See, as a student, I was also very active with the students, what you call, whether you want to use the word politics, no harm, politics is a broad term. But first thing is, be good in your studies. Don't lose that out, and your love for Manipur should remain. Don't lose out on that either. But first, your duty, your responsibility as a student, as my commitment towards my parents, that should be the first. But then along with that, you should continue to love Manipur. It is not that you hold a gun or you show your love better. You can always love Manipur and contribute from whichever profession, whichever work you do. And for one profession towards which we are aiming at is studying well. And let us do that, is all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, once again. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to call upon our second keynote speaker of the seminar. He has specialized in issues of state and civil society, ethnicity, and developmental studies with focus on nationality, civil society, women, and ecology in Northeast India. His recent contribution in the newsletter, the leaflet titled Manipur Crisis, How Can the State Watch While Manipur Burns, is an in-depth analysis of the current crisis in Manipur. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Gurumayum Amarjit Sharma.
Thank you everyone for having me. Thank you to the organizer, Meitei Diaspora Delhi Association of Chandigarh. I always loved this city, and I think, but this is the first time I'm speaking in this hall. It was the first time I'm speaking this university. Today we are gathering here on the issues that is encountering and unfolding in the state of Manipur, which is not a good news, this is not a good condition, and I know every one of us are shocked and saddened and desperately looking forward for early solution, early ending of at least the violence. Since the beginnings of this violence in May past week, many of had a sleepless night. We could not sleep with our daily schedule or disturbs. Our own families' orders are disturbed. There were many times it was difficult for us to go to university and interact with the faculties out there. As an intellectuals, as an academicians, the crisis in Manipur poses a huge challenge to all of us. For more than 4 months, Manipur continues to have violence. We have seen a lot of people dead. We have seen a lot of many houses are being burned. Not only that, we have seen many neighborhood inter-community relationship and shared space and neighborhood had been disturbed and second to a very deep, low levels. When violence continues for more than 4 months, and we are clueless to the questions that everybody asks to ourselves, and many of our friends and colleagues asking to us, what is happening in Manipur and when will the violence end in Manipur? My greatest fear is that, will we normalize violence as a part of ordinary life? And we have been normalizing violence for quite a long time. Are we normalizing violence, this type of violence? My greatest fear is that. I know we have not. Yes, violence has not ended for 4 months, continued. For around 3 months, we had such a disturbed and traumatic experience. We still have that. But there are also lights at the end of the tunnels, particularly in interpersonal relationships. I must say that we have started contacting each other at all our own individual and informal levels. I feel like crying when I've talked to my friends and colleagues whom we have not talked for a long time, at least the beginning of this violence. And I think everybody must make that efforts to at least begin this dialogue and recover ourselves, share and acknowledge our own suffering. Today in these presentations, I would like to stress on 6 major issues. Professor Bhagat has laid out the broader contours of the issues that we are facing it and challenges we are facing now. I would like to stretch on 6, I think, major issues that we must be concerning. And of course, I would like to end with certain efforts to suggest certain things that we can think of with regard to the future of Manipur. The first is on the issues of state. I would say the absence and presence of the state. We all ask these questions, why the state of India is not taking any proactive actions to end the violence. State can do. There's nothing state can do. State exercise the monopoly, even to use the legitimate violence. We all know that. Why we are given, as a citizen of India, why we are given this sense that violence is not going to end very soon. We have seen it's not, I don't consider state as a weak state. It's a strong state. And I don't think the state has not stopped working. during whole this time of violence. We have seen state taking up actions, either transferring of official at higher levels, or continuously sending of security forces more than 40-50,000. We have seen state taking off initiative, calling various civil societies and trying to talk all the civil societies separately at different levels. One at the Home Minister level, one at the interlocutors and retired officers of intelligence bureaus is initiating dialogue with different groups of the Kuki Joe group or Kuki Chin Joe group, and also what you call the Métis civil societies. State is in actions. State is doing its activities. It's not that it has stopped, it is doing. But the question we are wondering is, when is going to state end the violence? Is the state leaving to us to solve this violence, to end this violence? Can we solve problems on our own? That's a several kind of question to it. People are tired. People have suffered. Many people who are salaried and who have good income can continue to live. Many people suffered. I heard the news of a cancer patient in Churchampur suffering in these odd times. Even though we don't have proper data of how many people are suffering at this moment, we know most of people suffered on everyday basis. The latest multi-dimensional poverty index, which tells about percentages of people who are under poverty of the state of Manipur. With Manipur, still we have around 37% of population is under poverty. It's not low. 71% of people still deprived of proper housing. Around 30% still deprived of drinking water. Many people still don't have road in the interior of the hills. Many people still are not having accessibility to basic quality educations, health, basic roads. We must ask ourselves, one, is the crisis a manifestation of this poverty, or is there something else? Coming back to the question of state and absence and presence of state, why state is seemingly not able to end the violence? We, the scholars, are left with three major speculations. And we speculate, not just we assume in vacuum. And this has been talking among all of us. We are just left with one, state is not able to take actions, speculation or hypothesis. One is geopolitics. The geopolitics of state is not of the regions surrounding Northeast India, Myanmar, Bangladesh, China, and of course some part of Southeast Asia. The geopolitics is changing. We had this India-ASEAN meet recently. We had a G20 meets. The geopolitics is changing. China is expanding. China is bringing road all throughout this Myanmar up to Sidway now and started having naval base on the Bay of Bengal side. US is increasingly having interest in Bay of Bengal area, including South China Sea. Not only that, if you look at involvements of larger economic interests in regions, larger investments are also being done in this region. Is the state not able to act in this geopolitics where China is increasing a trade both by India and US? And of course, India is trying to play it's called pragmatic or strategic autonomy vis-a-vis China and US also. Is state not able to act on this violence because the state is thinking that if you act on a community, it might disturb its own, what you call, efforts to have certain kind of geopolitical advantage. And we know many people say the geopolitics says that Myanmar is no more important. It's the Bay of Bengal. Or Manipur is no more important. But the Mizoram is important. Tripura is important. Chittagong is important. So is the state not acting because of its geopolitical calculation that in its geopolitics, trying to excel, trying to engage with China on the one hand, and American interests, and other ASEAN interests or Japan interests, state is trying to sort of appropriate certain communities. That's one kind of speculations that we are having. The second is that on why state is not, seemingly not trying to end this violence. Second is this, is the state of India trying to resolve the issues of Naga, issue of Kuki-Chin at one time, which is very difficult. You're trying to do two things at once, two issues solved at one time, which you know is very complicated. It's also complicated because both Kuki-Chin and Nagas have been demanding autonomy, self-determination rights of different degrees. You know, in India and Naga, and SNIM have been having talk, and their framework agreement has already been signed. And there have been issues of flag and constitutions. In the meantime, you have this Kuki-Chau demand for autonomy. So is the state some sort of trying to either maintain a fine balance or trying to resolve this issue at one go at the cost of other communities in the regions? The third speculation we have is that one of the speculation many of us think, and it's yet not proven, it's not yet confirmed, but this is what we are having, we are discussing, reading the line through the newspaper reports and various policy papers and government steps. The third is that is the state of India or the Union Government of India trying to bring the incidents, the Meitei incidents growth to the peace talk, which so far they refuse. Is this the true reason why state is not ending the violence? If that's the case, how can the state afford peoples to kill each other for a long time? Can you afford your own citizens to be killed and attacking, every day killing each other, charging against each other, arming each other, fighting each other? How can state be allowed in these patients, allowed this violence and with really puzzle us? That's one issue. The second issue is civil society. I have worked in both the communities. And now I say, I don't want to use that board community, 2 community, 3 communities. But I worked, I think, for the last 6-7 years among the Kuki-Chin people, Kuki-Chin Mizo peoples. I published my papers, it's already there in online. I have interacted with people. One of the scholars who have been assisting me, who really helped me in writing about the Mar Women Associations. She had a traumatic experience. I could feel it. I could feel the experience she must be having. So I have studied civil society among the Kuki-Chau peoples or Kuki-Chin people. I've also looked into the civil society associations, the way it works among the Meiteis. Partly as a part of my PhD thesis, and also partly as my continued research. I think what we can see now after having violence for 3 months, or 4 months, what you can see is this, there is also challenges within the both community, within the both so-called collectives, communities. That is the issue of unifications. I heard that many civil society among the Meiteis communities, the Meitei people, that we must unify as one. And you know, Kuki-Chau people have unified, and we have not been unified. And we are seeing the implication of this effort to unify. I always have the feeling that civil society cannot be unified. It's difficult to unify it. But if there's search for unity, what is that unity? Where do you see that unity? For me, civil society should fight for shared concerns. At this moment, shared concern for early solution of the problems and ending the violence, and also shares acknowledgement of one's own suffering, and also for a productive, positive dialogue. There's always, the one must know that what you see in recent time in Manipur, the leadership of Coordination Committee of Manipur Integrity, COCOMI. You heard so many times in newspaper, COCOMI has been called by Home Ministers for talk. And virtually people believe that COCOMI represents Manipur communities. And now you're saying the Youth for Manipur is coming up. Starting asking all the civil society should not remain segregated, they should be unified. And you see the Youth of Manipur, members of your community going to the MLA's house and asking today to take oath. I have if you look at civil society, one is the complicated nature of civil society in itself. What is in both the Kuki-Joe and Metis community, I can see that our civil society are increasingly more inclined to identity politics, more conscious of who we are, what we are, how we come, how we are culturally, linguistically. I'm not saying that we should not think about identity. We should be thinking about identity. But what we are concerning is that we are living behind the socio-economic, basic human development issues that we are having continuously living. We are living behind development deprivation, developmental gaps that I have been telling in the beginning. There's another challenges for civil society is that in the past 1.5 decades, and I don't need to give in details that, as civil society becomes part and more part of state legislative process, as civil society more and more involved in pursuing for reforms and laws and legislations, the challenges before the civil society is, will it become part of the state, or will it be able to exercise its autonomy vis-a-vis the state? The basic principle of civil society to remain always in alert and as a check to what any activity state has done. And also a civil society which can exercise its own agency when to cooperate and when to question the state. I think that autonomy is also under serious threat. Sometimes civil society has been seen as some kind of symbiotic relationship with the state. Sometimes civil society also seen with many other actors. So you also see that Youth for Manipur, for instance, seeking some sort of agency outside so-called civil societies. I was thinking that this is not only in Manipur. Many movements have come out questioning civil society's status, civil society activisms. One, it become increasingly conformist, with many rather than a critique or rather a check or rather than enjoying its own agencies. When Youth of Manipur comes, I was saying that, and I'm still thinking that it represents a larger force, a force beyond civil society. But it's still, we are all looking. I'm looking for the Youth of Manipur, which can come out with kind of politics that cut across the communities, making the state accountable, making the civil society accountable, making the political class accountable. If that is so, I think we can all appreciate that. But if the new organization continues to have with the problems which they think civil society are having, of losing autonomy, increasing identity with the state, losing its own agencies, or increasingly be obsessed with ethno-national aspiration or identity. If the new forces do, then they will continue to have this challenge. I have seen in the state of Churchampur, There are examples. When I was working with the Mar Women Association, I love to work with the Mar Women Associations, and it's published in journal. When I can tell you one incident in around 2005, 2006, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. When there was an alleged rape of the Mar woman by certain non-state actors, there was a lot of protest from civil society, so-called civil society, human rights organizations. Mar Student Association, the Chinlung human rights organizations. But what happened is that civil society are more interested in Hill Valley, tribe, non-tribe. Those are the issues. I think they almost focus on the issue is about women, the victims. So we were, the civil society more also with the Hill Valley divide, tribe, non-tribals, rather than addressing the issue that with which they begin. I was so happy that the Mar Women Association come out with the politics of what I call informal. There comes politics, they're trying to distance from civil society, which they think they have not taken up the issues of women. So the issues of identity politics and issues of human development in social equalities. The challenge within our civil society or many organizations is that how do you carry these two together? You have to if you're too obsessed with identity politics, ethno-nationalism, territorial secretary, culturally isolated politics, you must with that, you ignore this part. And I don't think that obsession with identity politics, although we need all identities, although we need to know that we need to respect differences, cultural and identity differences. If that politics go far ahead, we are left without addressing basic issues. That's where common people have a problem. The third issue is about land and resource. I've been working on this issue for the last 7 or 8 years. Only and mostly in the hills. Me, Meitei, with my own fellow Meiteis, working with many non-Meitei tribes, have been working since 2014. 15, my other friends have been working since 2009 more actively. But I have started working with my own fellow friends in Tamenglong. Tamenglong is where I started working on the issues of land resources. I've traveled to Chanatapati, I've traveled to Krul, I've traveled to Champur. And we had a shared understanding on land resources. There was no boundaries between us. We were hoping that if a new space of civil society emerged, a new political movement has come, irrespective of ethnic fault lines. Today we are again asking question to ourselves that what happened to that inter-community relationship that we have built so hard. Issues of land resources, unfortunately, is connected with the issue of ST demand. I'm not going too much into the right or wrong of STDs. Of course, constitutionally, and there's nothing wrong in people ask for ST. But I know somebody's think the ST will protect them, and something that is a threat to other communities. There's a debate on that. I don't want to go to High Court and this thing. And we all know High Court don't decide on that. There's a long process. The issues of ST is not only about Meitei and non-Meitei. Issue of recognition ST is not about Meitei and non-Meiteis. You see my another publication on a scheduled tribe community called Koibus. There are also tribe within tribe asking for listing in ST list. That is not Hill Valley or Meitei, non-Meitei issues. There are many tribes within tribe is also wanting to be listed because they want certain protection. They want certain safeguard, which they think they are not getting it right now. Anyway, the issues of land resources, they have been concerned that if Meitei become ST, land resources will be grabbing. For a person who has been working on land resources, at least the past few years, issue of land and resource grabbing is always associated with corporatization of land resources, with capitalizing land resources. Many companies, many international financing institutions are increasingly involved. In the state of Manipur, you will see that many agencies have evolved since around 2009. I can give you some names of agencies. the Jubilant Oil Energy Company, private limited company. It's Asian Oil. And they have the Japan International Cooperation Agencies investing. You have Asian Development Bank investing in these areas. There's so much of investment in Manipur. And of course, all this investment for hydropower projects. So many hydropower projects have been planned in Manipur. I have extensively traveled in Tamenglong and Churchampu areas. I have extensively traveled in many places where we also know the hydropower project have what is the situation in the state of Ukhrul, for instance, in Auditorium Dam, for instance. Only mining in Ukhrul, Kamzong areas, about 1,000 acres of land are being acquired for mining. About 4,000 square kilometers of areas have been acquired for oil and mineral resource extractions since around 2009 and 10. And many 100 billion, I mean, lots of money has been invested in that. Land have been acquired. And for instance, I'll tell you, who owns these resources? Who has right to extract this? Now there's all the ST game, Meitei will extract it. Meitei will take advantage. There's a chief minister who is a Meitei, and it's almost like Meitei chief minister, Meitei committee will share the resources. For a person who has been working on land resources, and particularly with the tribal community in the hills, I think this is the only time when I didn't go to hills. Otherwise, every summer we go to the hills. If you look at Schedule 7 of the Indian Constitution, if you look at the entry 53 and 54 of the Union list, this Union list, state list, and concurrent list, that federal arrangement. Okay? So in the Union list, if you look at the 53 and 54 entries, you just read it. That is the Union government who has right to regulate and legislate on matter of oils and mineral and minings. It is the Union government who signed the contracts. Both the petroleum licensing, exploration licenses, and product sharing contracts are mainly initiated by Union governments. Between 2003 and 2009, informations about minerals in the state of Manipur were publicized in various cities in the world, for instance, London, inviting companies to come and extract it. By around 2012, many acres of land have been acquired. You have the infrastructure projects, the ADB Finance Ring Road project in Manipur, which has displaced many people, which has displaced agricultural land. So I was wondering, what is this grabbing of land by one communities? One must go to the laws. And I don't think even state government has certain state government has certain right in granting lease and granting and initiating kind of licensing policy. But it's subject to that entry number 53 and 54 of the Schedule 7, in which the Union state has complete right over that. If you know about these laws and legislations, if you know about the companies who are increasingly involved in that, perhaps instead of communalizing and deciding on issues of land and resources, we will be coming together and trying to prepare ourselves that how do community in the region fight for their rights, negotiate with the companies, what is good and bad. We must be at the strong point. We must be all meeting our minds and hearts and brains together. That we didn't see, and I think in this violence, we also seemingly have forgotten that civil society activism that we all were together, series of meetings we had. We have all the problems, and I don't want to get into details. So land resource, if you look up into that, instead of looking at the concern, you look at the other side, then perhaps you'll find there are more commonalities to think of ourselves and our children and children. And it is increasingly focused for land resource We in social science call this is resource frontier. So many untapped resources are there. So we must direct our attention not from that of communal ethnizations, thinking AST is the one which will grab the land, to other laws and legislations and increasing involvement in financing. I don't want to get into too much of that. Jubilant Oil Companies has already identified about 1,500 billion cubic feet, and only Jubilant only has control, has control about that. And 100% FDI, foreign direct investment, 100% foreign direct investment, oil and gas and mining. FDI through free open door. What is the association between land resource giving and ASTs? Yes, we can debate on AST, but when you connect this thing, there is a lot of problem in that. Anyway, I think the next issue is about accountability. Please give me, maybe when give me in advance, I got carried away. The issue is about accountability and accessibility. Look at this. If you look at the poverty index data, you must ask yourselves, who is accountable for this poverty? Who is accountable for the 71% of people deprived with housings? Who is accountable for around 30% of still deprived from cooking fuels? Who is responsible for this around 67% of road people in the interior hills are not getting only proper pakka road? Look at the accountability. Monies are being spent. Look at who is spending the money, how is being spent. You'll be surprised to know that in addition to many developmental gaps and disparities in the state of Manipur, brought in scheduled and non-scheduled areas, from 2017, 2018 and 18 till now, the State Auditor General report has said that around 334 crore which has been spent for development of the 5 then district councils, no account informations. We don't know where money is spent. That's one. This is in addition to many responsibilities the state must be taking for their kind of development disparity which must be bridged. Another issue of accountability is I don't want to go too much. We have debate too much on Article 371A, 371C. Look at it, read Article 371C. I know Manipur has District Council Act 1972. It is not that empowered, I know. It is financially and administratively not that powerful, I know. If you compare with 6 schedules, provision of then constitutions. We can discuss on how much financial and administrative power can be decentralized and be shared. That we can discuss. But if you look at the Manipur Legislative Assembly Hill Area Committee Act 1972, the Hill Area Committee Act 1972, where the committee members are member from the hills, elected members from the hills are member of these committees. Look at the power of the Hill Area Committees. Why is not the member of Hill Area Committee not exercising its power for such a long time? If you look at the scheduled matters which come under this header, on the issues of development planning, on issues of district councils, on the issues of finance statement, Hill Area Committee has a power to check every year financial statement which is referred to hill areas. They can call and they can check it until it's approved. On the one hand, you are saying Hill Area Committee has not been referred and discussed for various kinds of legislation, which is also one critical issues which we must debate. But on the other hand, there's also Hill Area Committee members have been completely silent and non-accountable on many matters which they should have been alert and stay alert and keep a check on many of the problems that we are facing. And you will be surprised to know that since 2014 and 15, it's we were talking about Article 371 not being considered when it comes to investment in hills on land resources. Accountability is must. You have your own political class in that committee. You must ask questions to them. Why you are not alerting on time? What about in 334 crores spent on hill district councils? What about other fundings, which is meant for where I have gone? I don't want to get in detail. I have worked on development skill in the hills. Central sponsor scheme, I have worked on it. I work on education, health, and other employment basic Narega's issue. It's a mess. It is not either addressing issue of poverty, it is not addressing development gaps, disparity is still there, the money is still coming. Where are all these accountability issues being raised? Do we raise these issues? No, we don't use. We are more obsessed with other kind of aspiration and identity politics, although it's important. The last point is that the issues of autonomy models. I must say everybody needs autonomy. We need autonomy. But what is the particular form of autonomy that we are concerning today? Is separate administration a solution to the problem? Is territorial council solution to the problem? Is six codal solution to problems? Is autonomous state solution to problems? Is power sharing according to community lines, territorially demarcated, culturally segregated into 3 blocks, is it going to solve problems? Is the notion of self-determination, which is okay, I have a self-right because I have been living with these histories. Everybody wants, they have their own histories. They're all self-determined histories. You know, histories are contested, territories are contested. Culturally also, you can't just divide it. Hence the problem, hence the question, the need for more engaging with this kind of autonomy model to set. There are several debates on this. And I think it is time to separate 2 things. If you start for autonomy models on ethnic, perhaps that will help to integrate the elites. Perhaps that will help the interest of the people who have a larger share. I doubt whether it will solve the basic socioeconomic inequalities and development disparity that we all are facing. Studies have shown, please, we need to look into this. Studies have shown, always many people look at the West as a reference. European nations, Canada, Spain, Belgium, Malaysia. But we must still, the problem is not solved there. Autonomy after, it is never ending. Of course, I can't say that what is the Indian, but there's a proven studies that autonomy of this on the basis of community or corporate type of communities, no separate from one is other, does not have a positive effect on the quality of life, does not have a positive effect on the basic democratic right of people. It does not have a positive effect on socioeconomic inequality issues. It does not have positive effect about right to question the political class. It does not have a quality effect on freedom to express. So this thinking of that, if you give, this will solve. Yes, it solves some problems. The leaders will be integrated, some will be, but it will continue. You know, conflict after conflict, conflict post-conflict, conflict after the post-conflict. There's a lot of issues in that. So what is this? Then you know there's a demand for autonomous state on the line of Bodo autonomy in Assam, according to Article 244A of Indian constitutions. And as a part of suspension operation, peace talk, tripartite talk between government of India, government of Manipur, and the Kuki group, there has been all the latest round of talk. I mean, it's also there in my work. So there was demand for autonomy on the line of Bodo. Look at the Bodo state. Now they are demanding for a state. This autonomy, it's an institution that we think will bring autonomy to community address. This we need to come to think, is this institution that comes under 6th schedule, for instance, or that comes under Article 244A, and 6th schedule comes Article 244, clause number 2. Clause number 1 is 5th schedule. We know 5th schedule is not that powerful. Having any positive effect, look at Meghalaya, for instance. There are a lot of issues on accountability. There are issues of power, overlapping powers. So we need to investigate thoroughly. And for me, yes, there are issues of disparities. There are issues of economic gaps. We must think about our models. that can address this issue, basic economic issues. We can think about more, of course, dialogue is necessary. We can think about, some of us have been really working on, for instance, having upper councils, legislative council, Bidhan Parishad, having representation from various sections, including minor, smaller tribes, lesser tribes, or so-called lot of in-between small tribes, which doesn't come under the Kuki, Naga, Meitei conglomerations. I have worked on that. We then also give representation not on territorial and ethnic lines, on the basis of various socio-economic backwardness of various. We can think about more functional, little more powerful autonomous district councils. Is that we can talk continues on that. Last, let me. It's over, no? We love to talk, but sometimes we are carried away. Anyway, so I'm constantly, I saw my friend here. Hey, how are you? So, so what is that? We must be thinking now. Various issues, and I've also said some which can also take a lot. We must end the violence. People start initiating dialogue on your own levels. Cross the border, question the identity which you love most. Don't make it you become the prisoners of yourself. Please start talking. I have started, you started. Let the political issue be debated. Let the developments be debated. We must share our thought, acknowledge our own suffering. I know how hard it is to lose a people. Today, first morning when I wake up, my first news was that my grandfather passed away. Of course, he has lived 100 years. You can say he has lived it. But there are many people who die in their young age. We lose our homes. We lose our neighborhood. We must restore those homes. We must restore those neighborhoods. We must think together. We must identify the issues which is common to all. There are a lot of issues which is common to all. So friends, I think it's important the state of India, the government of India, to put an end to the violence. Keep aside geopolitics, other kind of issues aside. End the violence. You can do it. You can end the violence. Continue the dialogue that you are doing it. Simultaneously, civil society and the society beyond civil society, other organizations like Youth of Manipur should start initiating. Peace is very important. I don't know if war is not a solution, you all know that. And how long we can fight a war. And how long you can afford to have weaponizations of all society sections. Let's not normalize violence. Let's fight for justice. Let's fight addressing the basic economic issues. Let's respect the difference. I'm not for erasing the difference. I'm not asking that we should have a homogenized society. Respect the difference. Fight for such economic rights. Let us not get it away by the politics of something that divert us, something will keep us segregated and isolated from each other for a long time. I look forward to all of you to think together for better futures of Manipur and also better for the future of India. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. You have indeed enlightened us, your valuable inputs. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my distinct privilege to introduce to you the last speaker of our seminar. He's a man of many trades, a distinguished writer, a film critic, and a very articulate personality. He has written extensively on contemporary political and social issues in India and Manipur in particular, with specific interests in identity politics and conflict. With a round of applause, please welcome Dr. Angomcha Bimol Akoizam.
Thank you, first of all, for inviting me to share some of my thoughts on what's going on in Manipur. Manipuri Diaspora Association, Chandigarh. It's been a long time that I've been a frequent visitor to this university. They stopped inviting me, and probably that's why I don't come very frequently. I can see my friends here. Pompam Mukherjee was the chairperson of the political science department. My student, Professor Vinod, he is the chair of sociology. He asked me to speak in his department today, so I had a session with them. After a long time, I could sense this. But I am primarily here to share my concerns on what has befallen on my home state. I have been out of my home state for more than 40 years now, almost 4 decades, and I still call that home. And I don't intend to stay back in Delhi after I retire. I want to go home, stay and spend the rest of my life in that beautiful place that we call home. And that has been seriously traumatized in the last 4 months. And it affects me, not only intellectually, politically also, but more so existentially. It almost feels as if somebody has stabbed me multiple times on my body. And I try to understand even those people who commit that violence on me, and trying to understand why these things have been happening. When I opened my mouth at the beginning of the violence in May, I was asking for peace and the writ of the state to be imposed, to rein in the violence, and ask for peace, and try to understand grievances of various sections of the society. I tried my best, and I still hold on to that idea. But one must make a distinction between a sense of helplessness and accepting insults, or otherwise I choose myself to stand up for myself. And I call this being assertive without being aggressive. I'm here as a Meitei, a prominent community from that state of Manipur. And I am here as a citizen of that state beyond that identity as well. And I am here also as a human being who are concerned with these developments. If you have listened to some of my interviews at the beginning of this crisis itself, I have expressed it pains me to see young students and girls running away, hounded by people from Imphal. I was pained by the anxieties of my students from the tribal as well as Meiteis. And when I say that and ask for peace, some people think that it is a sign of my weakness. Or anybody who is asking for peace and coexistence, some people seem to have taken it as a sign of weakness and timidity. The point is, it is not. It is one of the most courageous things to accept the pain being inflicted on you. At the same time, trying to understand the wrongs that I must have done. If you take it, the statement, there could be mistakes, wrongs that could have been done by the Meiteis. That must also be reflected. But I was desperately waiting for a voice of sanity and a capacity to accept mistakes of each other, rather than taking a self-righteous positions and go on blaming the other community as a demon and villainize that. That is purely unacceptable to me. And I must stand up, and I have done that. You can see this position that I have taken. And by being assertive, you will still find me that my basic appeal is to my community, to be what I think what they should be. Civilized, gentle, follow your forefathers' ethical ways of life even when you fight. But Meiteis have also made mistakes. They don't follow. The acts that they have committed which they should not have, those mistakes must be realized. This is an appeal to my own community. But even when I say these things to my community, I can see on social media such as Twitter and others laughing at contemptuously and trying to counter. When I asked the Indian Army to ensure that its sanctity as an organization and integrity of its men must be protected and preserved, even then people laugh at it. Without realizing that I have been saying that their institutions have collapsed. Manipur Police as an institution has collapsed. Bureaucracy has collapsed. There are institutions which I expect to stand not affected by these things, not being a part or a party to this conflict. And that's what I was appealing, that the Indian Army must ensure that its sanctity and integrity of its men must be protected. Because institutions like this are very crucial. When the rest of the institutional mechanism collapse, these institutions are important for us. That's the appeal, and people laugh at it. And they talk about, oh, Manipur Police, you should be talking about it. Those are nothing but bullshitting. When I was saying about the Indian Army must sustain itself with sanctity and institutions, I was emphasizing the fact that there are the institutions that can be collapsed, but there are certain institutions which are paramount for this country to stay as a lawful existence. That was the appeal. And I must say this here again. So we must ask crucial questions and be honest to oneself, ready to accept one's own mistakes and stand up for yourself as well, without losing your basic empathy and concerns for the other. When Amarjit told you, we know that we have not been talking. There are people whom you keep in touch at a personal level. Many of them can't speak out. But thankfully, among the Meiteis, you will have diversity of voices. That's something that I'm very proud of. We're not a herd. If somebody says, do this, that all of you will meekly follow that. No, we will not. We have diversity of opinions. That's why the tension started appearing among ourselves as well. Now let's see, from this vantage point, as this crisis have dragged on for more than 4 months now, one fundamental starting point, there could be competitive narratives competing with each other on the nature of the violence. But let's accept with the empirics first, that this violence has been going on for 4 months. Is there a different opinion on this? Can we have a different opinion? Are you going to deny that this violence has not happened for 4 months now? Will you deny that? That's empirics. There is no two opinions, there are no competing narratives on that. 2, the Indian state, one of the most powerful states in the world, has it been able to stop the violence? Yes or no? Louder. Is it a fact or fiction? This is a fact, that the Indian state has failed to stop the violence. These 2 facts must be kept in front of us. And then ask the remaining questions. Why, what, wherefore of these 2 facts? Why this violence has continued for so long? What is this nature of this violence? When it started? Why it has not been able to be sort of stopped? These are the questions that you must ask. Then I must also share you the second set of empirical facts. There are a lot of what Bhagat has called it competing narratives. There is a lot of confusions and silences, unexpected ones. From the day one, if you flick through it, some people say, for example, you ask a very pure question: who is in charge of Manipur's law and order problem? Who is in charge? Is it CM Biren who is in charge of the state of Manipur? Is it the government of Manipur? Or is it the government of India? Who is in charge of Manipur? Do we have a clear-cut answer on this? Why is that? In a federal structure like this, why we are not able to say that Sri Biren Singh and the government of Manipur is in charge of the law and order situation in Manipur? Because right from the day one, a confusion has been created. You said Article 355 has been imposed. And some later on then people say it is not. When the top journalist in this country is giving lectures on media saying that 355 has been imposed, and after some time you realize that it is not, then you also ask, was the DGP removed by the government of Manipur, or is it on the advice and instruction of the New Delhi? Do you have a clear picture on this? Who's sending these armed forces? Is it a requisition from the state government requesting the union government to send the army or the defense forces or security forces, or is it the government of India who are sending these forces without those advice? Have we asked this question ever? We don't. We don't know. The Home Minister says on the floor of the Parliament that the CM is cooperating. What does that mean? Jo kahega wo karega. Wahi cooperation hota hai kya nahi? So who's calling the shot? Is it our own representative who swear by Indian Constitution as MLAs and ministers? Are they in charge of it? Or is it New Delhi in charge of it? Or is there a jugalbandi between these two and creating a confusion so that this violence can continue? Do we ask these questions? No, you are very good at blaming Biren, Manipur government, you are interested, Meitei government, Biren, and you become a target without even clarifying these issues, whether he is actually in charge of the state of Manipur or not. On the other hand, are you able to blame the government of India? No, because there is a facade of a government there, so they will say that this is the state government. We are caught, not only in violence, but in these confusions, saying something, doing something else, and we keep on waiting. And then you say, solve the problem yourself. Is it my duty to solve this violence as a citizen? If my life is threatened, whose responsibility is to protect my life? You tell me. You're all university students and faculty members. Under Article 12, if you remember that Indian Constitution's chapters on fundamental rights, it was defined vis-a-vis the state. That is why it starts with Article 12, which defines what is state. It is the legislative assemblies and the parliament and the state government as well as the union government and executive. These are what is defined as the state. They're supposed to protect your life, your property, your dignity, your well-being. That is state's responsibility. That is why the state exists. In your theory, you must have learned on social contract theory. State of nature, everybody fighting against each other, and then through contract, you have the state. That's the state's responsibility. When a criminal has attacked you, it is the law enforcing agencies who are supposed to help you out and get justice. What has been happening in Manipur for the last 4 months? Everybody is being left alone to defend themselves.
There is no state. It is the villages. You can see any damn newspapers and media houses in this country flagging these facts, that there are village guards defending their villages. Is this state forces? Are these state agencies or civilians or the non-state actors? So the state has collapsed. There is no state. Everybody is left alone to defend themselves. Women get raped, people get killed, their houses burn. And they said, you solve the problem, you talk to each other. Is this the way the state behave? What are we talking about? You learn in political science theories, in law and human rights, in Supreme Court, Parliament, Assembly, government. What are they supposed to do? They are supposed to protect your life as a citizen. And you say you talk to each other and resolve. That's why in one of my articles, if you have read, I call it as a Hobbesian world. Nothing like this has happened in India. This is not your normal communal riots. People are armed to the teeth and defending themselves, their villages. And the media in this country of a democracy is celebrating the fact that citizens are armed and defending themselves. And you think there is court, there is army, there is police, there is government, there is a prime minister, there is a CM. When the state is supposed to be there for you, when the state is nowhere, and your media is talking about it day in, day out. That statelessness is a reality in Manipur. You're left alone to defend your life. Rehabilitation, even citizens are pulling in money to help them. How many of you know this, especially from Manipur? Some of you must have contributed your monies and so on to help those citizens. Whose responsibility is this? Do we need a state or a non-state sort of a state of nature? Do you want this Hobbesian world to exist? This moral questions that there is an abject failure of the state is something that some people have somehow managed to divert and create conflict and confusions by blaming one community or the other community. We are caught in this blame game of the community, each other. What you see in Manipur is nothing but statelessness. It's a Hobbesian world. It is not the state institutions which is securing your life, which is supposed to be done under the constitution of the country. It is the citizens themselves trying to secure their life by arming themselves. How did this great country allows that? Have you ever asked or heard this question being raised in any of this national media? Have you? No. Rather, they have become part of the conflict. Spreading falsehood, taking sides. That's how all this great national media is doing. For the record, I must keep it straight here. For the local newspaper getting bias, in some sense, understandable, not justifiable. I repeat, it is understandable but not justifiable. Why I do say that this is understandable? Because they are in that conflict situation. They are part of a conflict dynamics in that state. So if the local media somehow gets biased, for instance, which I am doing it with a team of my researchers, you will see some other things as well. But what will you explain the national media who's sitting in Delhi, in Chennai, what stake do they have to be part of the conflict? To be biased? I can understand cookies or Meiteis or a newspaper in Manipur getting twisted and influenced by what has been going on there.
and not able to stick to, strictly speaking, certain objective style of reporting and so on. One might be able to understand that. But again, not justifiable. But please tell me, how will you explain national media and national body like Editor Guild of India producing twisted reports, factually incorrect, which everybody is here, everybody can check. What stake do they have? These are some of the fundamental questions the rest of the country must ask. Do not think that this is going on in a remote country or remote part of this country. And I have been saying this from the day one. Why is the government of India silent? Is some of you who have seen my interviews right from May onwards. And I have said, even Indira Gandhi's example I gave, when something happened in the then East Pakistan, she says, I can't be a mute spectator to what's going on this human tragedy in that place. Don't expect India to be a silent spectator. That's Indira Gandhi said. I've said this on a national media. Why is that the national government is not able to do anything on this? Ask another question. You have blooded violence, slaughtering, cutting off women's belly, taking out the fetus and cutting it to pieces. Terrible violence have reported from Gujarat or any other sites where you have communal violence. Communal violence is a cancerous element in this country right from the day one. It was born out of communal violence called partition. The legacy still continues. But have you ever seen Muslim being shifted out from one area and ghettoized in one area, Hindu from one area to ghettoized on another, or the Sikhs from certain areas and put it somewhere, or ex-caste from certain locality to some other locality? Have you ever seen the transfer of population from one place to the another by the state? Have you ever seen this? Why this silence? Have you ever seen in this country? Then why is that you're doing that in Manipur? What is your game plan? Is that state different? You think that the citizens of this country can be ghettoized based on their language, based on their religion, their ethnicity or tribal identities? There could be ghettoized enclave of this population? This is the other side of the same question. Why is that the Indian state is not able to stop this violence? Besides the silences. We have not asked questions. It's not a joke. People are losing lives, their homes, thousands of them. You have never seen such kind of thing in this country. And the rest of the country taking sides rather than fundamentally worried about these issues. The basic questions has not been asked. Ask this question. Who is in charge of this law and order government? Is it a tactical move to avoid the blame game? That if you remove one government, then the whole blame will come on another government? Is it a jugalbandi between these two? Who is in charge of this law and order situation? Is it the requisition coming from the state government to send in troops to control it? Is the transfer and the removal of the DZ and so on has been affected by the CM or something else? What is this federal structure in this country? What is state supposed to do? These are fundamental questions that we must ask. You think
that this transfer of population has happened in this country. You said, no, you haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. The only thing that I'm aware is the creation of Pakistan and India, where this thing had happened. So are you trying to create a communally grounded project of territorial ghettos resided by certain specific communities, and this country is going to celebrate that? In the name of tribal rights, in the name of self-determination, are you going to do this violence? Do you expect us to do this? Next time, if there is any damn violence in this country, ask them to shift the population from one area to the another. Give all the Sikhs in one group, because there is a violence between Hindus and Sikhs. Shift the entire Muslim onto one ghettoized locality and keep them up. What is this Indian state has been doing it? Why we should not be asking these questions? Is it anti-national to ask this question? Please tell me, you are citizens, your voice is important. Is it anti-national to ask this question? Is it a rightful question that a citizen, thinking citizen, must be asking this? Begin asking these questions. It's too much. 4 months. Look at those people. I have seen one guy who was talking from a relief camp. It hits here. He says he wants to commit suicide. You and I can go back after this meeting and sleep in a proper place. We'll not miss our dinners. There are thousands of them, 60, 70,000 people without homes in Manipur now. What do we do about this? That is the question that we must ask. There are issues that I have already spoken about, which I don't intend to repeat it here. There are a lot of misgivings about your valleys and hills and minority and majority. Think about this. What is the population of Meitei? They said on news portals and so on. You must be hearing this quite often. What is the population percentage of Meiteis in Manipur? Please tell me. Some people say 53. You must have heard famous journalists repeating this. 53% Meiteis, 53% Meiteis. That's the 2011 census based on the language spoken. It includes non-Meiteis who speaks Meiteilon as their mother tongue, such as Pangals. So if you subtract those percentages, Meitei's population actually is around something between 43 to 45%. What is the tribal population's percentage in Manipur? 40.33, around that. So 40 versus 45 or 40 versus 43. How do you make sense of minority and majority here? What is the population of Muslim in this country for them to be called a minority, largest minority? (14, 15% versus 80%. That makes sense to call something as minority. And you box in this 43% in less than 10% of the land, and you think that they are not dispossessed. You think they are majority. And you think there are 40 seats. Is it Meitei seat or it is unreserved general seat? What did Indian Constitution say? That you must reserve seat for ST and SC proportionate to their population. So in this country, in Parliament, for example, you have around about 8.6% of the seat is reserved in Lok Sabha, because that is roughly the proportion of ST in this country. In Manipur, you reserve 19 seats for ST, not 20. People get confused on this. Kangpokpi is not a reserved seat. That's why in 1980, Kishore Thapa, a Nepali, won the election. So there are 19 seats reserved for ST. It is based on 1961 population, which is similar, 31% of the tribal population in that state. Was it done by Meitei? Is it designed by Meitei? It is a constitutional scheme. So there are experts in this country fed by some of these communal sectarian forces. And they said it's Meitei, as if this is done by Meiteis. And said it should be 50-50%. Did they ever raise this question in any other states where you have ST reservation seats? Have you ever heard? No. Do you see, if you go by such a report, which was instituted by Manmohan Singh government, on the status of Muslim in this country after 50 years of independence, what is their socio-economic structures, status right now? What their representation in bureaucracy and other parliament and so on? And they discovered that it is not properly represented. You use the same criteria. Are they represented proportionally to the assembly of the state? Yes. 31% reserved seat, 19 seats out of the 60. And it is not done by Meiteis. It is the Constitution of India's mandate. Why your communal? You are looking from a communal range and as if it is done by Meiteis and you say 50-50%. Then karo, entire country mein. And you say, how many of them, you've seen such a report, how many of the Muslims are there in the bureaucracy? Check in Manipur, how many of them in these top echelons of the bureaucracy in the decision-making structure? Some report says in the government of India, there is 1 or 2 ST secretary level officers in the union government. There are 8% of the population is represented barely by 1 or 2 secretaries. In Manipur, do you know what is the representation in the bureaucracy? Please check it. You will see and do a comparison between Mizoram and Nagaland. And see, in Nagaland you have something called the Eastern Nagalands. They are also demanding because of their not represented and so on. How many of the Nagas from the Eastern Nagaland is represented in bureaucracy and decision-making process of the state and their cabinet minister in union government? And do a comparative study with Manipur. These are factual, objective ways of looking at it. Does it mean that there is no differential development patterns in the state? Or that there cannot be any differential developments among different communities in the state? There could be. How do you solve that? Do an objective assessment, form a committee like Sachar committee, and then investigate how many of which of the community has how many graduates, what is their mortality rate, what is their infant mortality, maternal mortality rate, literacy rate, their presence in the bureaucracy and academia. Find it out first without communalizing this entire debate. Then we will try to make a corrective step. If you are genuinely concerned about solving real issues, then you don't need violence. You don't need falsehood to be propagated. That is the thing that we should be asking. For too long, we have allowed this. And the fall squarely lies with our political leadership. If you have grievances among your people, you should have addressed that long time back. Sharing the spoil of the state's economy, contract and percentage cuts, propping up your men and transfer and this and that. You're obsessed with that wall. So who's getting benefit out of this conflict? You want to prop up some of your politician as a savior of X community, some politician as the champion of Y community, and all along These guys have been sitting together. Look at their wealth. These ordinary people are suffering. Do you think that these people who have been slaughtered and who have been thrown out of their homes are any of those elites in the society? Why is that our intellectual class, cutting across community, raises such questions? If there is a landslide, will you form a committee to investigate whether it is done by the Meiteis? These are the issues that you and I must ask. And I must end, as I always love to do it, look at within ourselves. We have a lot of things to correct ourselves. Bhagat has already flecked out one of them. Who is a Meitei? Who represent Manipur? What is our relationship with Manipur? We don't even know whether Manipur is a hill state or not. Basic geography, you don't even get a clear picture. You want to see what is Manipur? You think about singular sense, you only talk about one valley, right? I would like to share you a picture. Just see what is the valley and Manipur. People say valley and hill ko separate karo kind of thing. What is the nature of that hill and valley? Just check this video. Can you play that? This is Churachandpur headquarters. This is the southern tip of the oval-shaped valley of Manipur, the central valley. Is it a hill? Check Churachandpur. Can you switch off this light? Wait. Oh, is it a pointer here? Let's start from that. How do you hold this? This, can you pull up? Can you pull it up first? Back. You know, this is Kangla, in the heart of Imphal. And above sea level, this is 811 meters above sea level. No, that's okay. I can speak like that. Huh? Can you see this? 811 meters. Churachandpur Hill, the town. Just see. This is Kangla. This is the central valley of Manipur. And this is Loktak. You go straight. This is Churachandpur. Is it a hill? What is the height? Less than? Around 100 meters difference. You see, this is not the only valley. This is valley. It's the southern tip of the oval-shaped valley of Manipur. So you have an idea of hill and the valley. What is this hill and valley? Think about this. Check it. This is the northern tip, Kangpokpi. What is his height? This is all from Google's and then official data. The average and some sites we have taken. This is Kaupum Valley. What is his height? The difference is 10 meters. Is it hill? It is part of Nonde district as a hill. Take it. This is Sajik Tampak in Chandil. What is the height? Which is taller, higher? Is it Kangla or this one? Kangla is 1 meter higher. And this is hill. You understand this? So what is this hill and valley that we have been talking for decades? Check it. This is Chandil. What is that? 960. By the way, Chandil used to be part of the central district of Manipur.
Chandil, Tenglopal and Chapikarong used to be part of the central district of Manipur, which is Imphal, Bishnupur. Today is all splitted. This is Chapikarong. There are 3 places. These were also part of the central district of Manipur. This is 890. And we have been living with this idea of as if there is one single valley and the rest is hill. But look at the entire Manipur. If you can afford, let's see. Do you have the other video? This is More is the plain on the other side, and you have the Giri on the other side. Just fast forward and let me see. This is the central valley. Churanchampur is this. The southern tip. Kangpokpi is this. Northern tip. Then this is the Khopum Valley. Can you see this? The Chapi, Karong and Chandel, all are here. So there are multiple valleys. Why is that? Because in a mountainous region, you have valleys. Do you have valley in Chandigarh? Is there valley in Chandigarh? Is there valley in Lucknow? Why? Because that's a plain. That's why we call it Indo-Gangetic Plain. Valley is a topographical region in a mountainous region. So by definition, valley is part of a hilly terrain. It is not outside of it. If you check it, some of the states form by separating the hills from the valley. This is Uttarakhand. This used to be part of UP. This is the Shivalik region. So from the plains of the things has been separated. But look at the difference. 1,700 meters. This is the, lowest. In Himalayan, this Shivalik region is the the lowest region. This is 1,700 meters. And if you see Allahabad and Lucknow, these are around 100 meters. So different is 1,000 plus. It is 17 times higher. And then, where is that other one? What is this? This is Nagaland. This is the mountainous terrain. It's continuing same Manipur. This is Dimapur plain area. And you see that this side is higher and this is lower. So therefore in Nagaland, all the river flows from this side, like this. And you see this is, this 610 is this range. And 1,800 to 2,000 is this side, eastern range. Okay? So you see that when Assam Valley, this is the valley area, when this was carved out, there is a geographical distinctive features which have been removed. You see that it is part of what we call it Eastern Himalayas. So and Brahmaputra Valley is part of the Indo-Gangetic Plain. So you have this geographical distinctiveness. But if you see in Manipur, the picture is completely different, because like here you have Dimapur and Kohima can have a relationship, and you think Manipur and Churanchampur cannot have a relationship because they are hill and valley. You see, that's a kind of a false narrative has been going on. And mind you, the majority people who stay here speaks a language which belongs to Indo-Aryan language. And here is Tibeto-Burmese family. Manipur, all of us belong to the same linguistic family. Not only we belong to the same mountainous terrain, where the hill and valleys are part of the same topographical region. That's why I said, is there a valley in Chandigarh? Is there a valley in Lucknow? Because that by definition, valley is part of that. Kangra Valley you have in Himachal Pradesh, for example. So valley is inherently a part of a mountainous region, and you talk as if the relationship between Brahmaputra Valley and Naga Hills is the same as the relationship between Imphal and Sajik Tampak, or Chandel, or Churanchampur and so on. Can you see the false perspective that have been imposed? And the same people, and then you are saying, here you wanted to do a partition and unheard of things in India, you ghettoized community enclaves, you are creating it. You stop it, it's okay. Yeah, you can close it. So what I am saying is there are many things that we also even don't know ourselves. We need to have a clarity of these ideas. And in history of this land, if you really seek, This is something that I must share with you as I try to wind it up here. How India was born in 1947. You have to look at British Indian Empire. And in British Indian Empire, there were two parts. Broadly, the territories were broadly two parts. One is called British India. The other is called native states. Some of them are called Indian states. British love to call it as princely states, because for them there can be only one king. There's the King of England. Baki ka is prince, lower status. That's why it is called princely states. So what happened is, the Indian Republic that you and I are a member of today was born out of an amalgamation of those Indian states and British India. There were 600 roughly around states. And one of those states is the state of Manipur. You must understand this. There's something that I want to share with you. These states join together to form this country. They are not created by this state. Manipur was not created by the Indian state. Manipur was a state which joins and constituted the Indian Republic, like many other princely states. Some of them have been merged together with so many other areas and states were formed. Till recently, there were only 3 of those states with their territories intact. One of them is Jammu and Kashmir, another is Manipur, the other one is Tripura. Jammu and Kashmir is destroyed, it's been broken up. And this is the second state which I suspect some people are trying to break up. And you must calculate why some people would love to break up this and then create bloodshed in an organically connected landscape. The intimacy between valley and its higher regions, what we call hills, is an organic relationship. And community which are so embedded with each other, not only in marital relationship and so on, but even in settlement patterns. And you are trying to tear that apart through false dichotomies and narratives. And you are asked to fight among each other. This entire region of the Northeast is sweeping by neoliberal economic forces. We are nothing. There are few lakhs of population, few crores if you combine all together Indian Northeast. Much more larger corporate capitals, geostrategic calculations. We are nothing but pawns. Your bloods, your cries, your pains seems to be less important to the larger goal. If it is not, I dare those people who have power, show us. Stop this violence. If you have the power, if you have the concern for these people, stop the violence. Don't play dirty games. For your larger game, making people fight, giving false ideas, hopes and aspiration. You know that some people were promised that your demand will be satisfied, help us in election. Have you come across that? Some cookie organization said, we have a tie-up with BJP from rebel groups. Is this an effort to implement those promises? Is it a process to solve the armed groups who have been refusing to talk to the Indian state by sucking them inside as this conflict prolongs? Is it a process that once you create this kind of a violence, then rapprochement and reconciliation becomes tougher and tougher and tougher? The longer the violence, more grotesque the violence, the more terrible is the violence, rapprochement will be difficult more and more. Is that what we're trying to do in our state? What are we going to do? My idea is this. I love this because to be a humanity, a part of human beings and humanity and so on, I think you first have to be yourself. If you cannot even identify with the pains of your own community and your cognate communities living together, don't tell me that you can be a humanist. You can be only a humanist when you understand the pains of the Meiteis, the pains of the Kukis and Jaus. And you realize what is a common destiny that we have. If you can move beyond this parochial identity politics, and if you think this violence is something that will pay, I can promise you, for a mountainous persons who live in or ecology, I've been saying this, Meiteis, we think that we are like, as if we are like the Ahomias or the UPIs come from the plain. No, we are not. You ask your child to draw a sunrise and sunset, unlike people in Mumbai, they will probably draw pictures with the hills at the background. Kyun? Because that's the ecology where they live. And when you think about romance, look at the poems and the songs. Chingya Luya, Chingsang Pareng, this is part of your romantic imagination. Your livelihood. Ching the Kaduna, Sing Chanba, Pata Kumdana Long Khonba. Why are you saying like this? Because it shows that you are a creatures of that ecological system of mountains and the lakes and the valleys and the rivers. You're not from the plains. And then, there's an interesting thing which was told to me recently by a junior of mine who settled down in US. He said, Tamo, we always love to put echo in our songs. So he said, Tamo, you are right. Because one of these American friends told me something that is eye-opening. He said, he just asked him when he said, I love echo in my songs. This American asked him, are you originally from a mountainous region? Only then he understood why we prefer echo. It's because we come from a mountainous terrain where you can hear these echo sounds. That's why we have a preference for a slight echo in our songs and musics. Why I'm saying this, many of the Meiteis have lived with a contradiction without realizing that they are a hilly creature. You are born of that mountainous ecology. So asking you to be separated from that ecological system and boxed into a false category is asking you to die. So fight for us is existential. And I must end this with this remark. And I'm proud of Manipur for one more reason. In a globalized world today, your parochial identities cannot be the deciding factors. All other movements in the Northeast tend to be ethno-nationalist, narrowed idea of certain ethnicity and so on. Manipur is the only entity that gives you a hope beyond that, because by definition, the idea of Manipur and a united Manipur cannot be defended on ethnocentric ideas. It has to be an idea where every communities can live with dignity and peace. It is a fact of our life. It cannot be based on some imperial nostalgia of certain ethnic groups that might tend to suffer from, at least some of us.
It cannot be based on exclusivity and sectarian ideologies of tribal identities. A united Manipur has to be defended on the principle of an idea where we can beyond this ethnic thing. I'm not denying that each community is important, just as I already said that you cannot be a humanist until and unless you understand your own community. So we must have an idea of united Manipur, not to be defended on a majoritarian imperial nostalgia or some ethno-nationalistic idea or tribal sectarianism. We must find a common ground, and that is why each one of us must start asking crucial questions. Do not fall trap into this mayhem, but as I started it, it is equally important for you to be assertive when people started telling lies about you and your communities. Then you must stand up yourself, but without being aggressive towards the others. And that's the only way to move forward. And I request through this, each one of us must ask critical questions, and I think the government of India must take the right kind of decisions. It is embarrassing for them not to do that. If I believe that the ice can be broken, if the Prime Minister, for instance, order all his MLAs to come to Delhi and talk, whichever community you come from, do you think that if the Prime Minister's called these MLAs, they will not come? Tell me. If the Prime Minister's called all the MLAs belonging to his party, do you think that some will not come? Let them sit in a room, talk. Don't throw this solution to the people. The government must take the initiative, and please do this. Otherwise, this mayhem will linger on for a long time. Don't threaten that, you will lose lives and a lot of Meitei women will be killed. I think, I must say that, I had to say something that I hold it very firmly. Manipur is not Kashmir. Lot of people will die if you try to make a muscle flexing approach. And those people will be Meitei, and majority of them will be our women. And if that bloodshed happen, the consequence of that one for the days to come will neither be good for India nor for that part of the countries. Remember, there are Meiteis outside the state of Manipur. So please do not take people for granted. We as a citizen must ask critical questions. The state must come in, impose its writ, do justice to people who have grievances. At the same time, I also appeal to people of my tribe who are called academics, not to indulge in propagandist hate speeches. Check, don't tell lies. Whatever I say, it's not that it's gospel truth. There could be mistakes. But I believe that so far what I've been saying is two things. That to understand a collective good for all of us, state must take responsibility squarely, and we must remember that we can't keep fighting. And enough of bloodshed has already happened. It's time, I want to see from the other camp as well, intellectuals speaking up for peace and dialogue, rather than accusings and hoping that certain kind of sectarian project will be fulfilled by indulging in violence. That's the only thing that they must realize. And for Meiteis, please remember, when your forefathers were doing satyagraha and peaceful demonstration for statehood, there was violence in Nagaland, Naga Hills, and a state was created, as if violence pays in this country. Do not repeat the similar kind of thing by simply indulging in violence. You will fulfill some demand. You should not encourage violence. And that is one message that I want to give through this. For the rest of us, especially from outside my home state, please ask critical questions.
Please question these institutions like media houses in the government of India, not to be silent spectator or take sides or partisan positions on this conflict. Because if you believe that Manipuris are part of this country, then you should be equally worried that such a thing which has never happened in this country, why it has been allowed to linger on for so long. The day you started asking, you are doing a good service to yourself as a citizen of this country. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for your very well detailed, touching, and moving address, and for your advice. Your words will echo amongst us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now approaching the last part of the program, the Q&A session. I would like to keep the Q&A session open and request respected audience to put up their queries to our speakers. We have a dedicated mic for your questions. Please come forward and introduce yourself. Kindly mention to whom your questions is being addressed to.
Tinbirimba mayamgi maphamda wafam ama thamjage madudi mayamna akhoi Manipuri londa question hangbiraga su yagani hangbiba matamda isagi ming amadi karamba jury da hangbigani haibadasu thambiramnaba niksingjari.
I would like to request Mr. Malim Laishram to coordinate and manage the Q&A session from the audience.
Amarjit sir. Good afternoon, sir. My question is to Amarjit sir. So you have talked about the geopolitics. So what made you consider Manipur is not important in geopolitics? As we know that India is right now a presidency of G20. Even G20 summit has been done in Manipur itself. So everyone says that Manipur is going to play a huge role in South-South connection in order to become India as a leader of world. So what made you consider Manipur is not important in geopolitics? Thank you, sir.
Okay. Whether Manipur is not important or not, I'm not saying that Manipur has not formed any important role in India's geopolitics. I'm audible, no? Yes. I'm not saying that Manipur has not played any significant roles in India's geopolitics. I think that it is important. I was also talking about how these states, other than Manipur's, has become an important part of geopolitics of India's. I know for many of us, we think that Manipur has lessened its importance in India's geopolitics because Myanmar is in crisis. Military junta is there. And we were thinking that India has moved away from Manipur to Mizoram to Tripura to Chittagong Hill to Bay of Bengal. And many of us also think that whole geopolitics has shifted to Bay of Bengal. You must listen that right in, I think it was during the violence, Indian foreign policy when he was visiting Southeast Asia has again emphasized the treaties and others, diplomatic relation with Myanmar also. I was thinking about, I was not saying that Manipur is not important. Manipur is still important. I was actually asking these questions, whether India has more other places, other states which have become more important to its geopolitics, and because of which it has to be. And we also note in Manipur, not all Manipur may not be significant to Indian geopolitics also. We also ask question that if not, is it some part of Manipur has become important in India's geopolitics? Not all. That is also a question that we have been asking. Yes, we always think that the Indo-Myanmar trade, that all that car rallies that from Manipur to Thailand that we were all dreaming has not been taken up. But it doesn't mean that Manipur is not significant. It's still significant. I was raising this question whether there are other factors like increasing importance of Bay of Bengal, the Chinese involved in Bay of Bengal, importance of Bangladesh in India's geopolitics, global geopolitics, importance of South China Sea, Indian Ocean region. Has those factors, is it those factors come into play, however those factors come to play in not, in the sort of state not acting doing any proactive action to its violence, whether in the geopolitical calculation of India, whether those calculations have stopped India to sort of exercise its wits to end the violence in Manipur. These are the talks, these are speculation. These are all hypotheses. And I don't mean that Manipur is not. Manipur is important. If not all, certain part of Manipur has become more important at the same time. That's the point I was saying.
Hello, sir. Sir, my name is Rastam, and I'm a research scholar from Department of Physical Education. Sir, my question is to my question is to Bimo, sir. So you have said the nature of the government, both in the center and the state. Sir, we can't even hear what's going on, even in our own assembly, like one-day assembly and all. And it's very emotionally touched to the youth of this nation. So in such a havoc state, what, as per your suggestion, what will be the role and duties as a youth of the state of Manipur and of the state of a youth of this nation, sir? Thank you.
Now that's what I said. You need to ask critical questions. You see, if I give you an example from physics, Werner Heisenberg once said that it is not nature itself that we see, but nature is exposed to our method of questioning. Matlab ki whatever you know is contingent upon the kind of question that you raise. So I think the fundamental question that you must ask is, why is the state abandoned its responsibility? I've already told you that in Indian fundamental rights, which is enshrined in the Constitution, starts with Article 12 by defining what is state. Because all other right is an obligation imposed on the state to protect the life, freedom, dignity of the individuals that a state must ensure. Now, what has happened in Manipur is that the state is not ensuring that. We are defending, and the Indian national media is showing that villagers are guarding their own villages. Iska matlab kya hai? It is not the state which is protecting them, it is the citizens themselves. So everybody is fighting. And then there is also, unfortunately, an air of hatred all around, which will affect us in the end of the day. I think Amarjit has already hinted in his talk, normalization of violence. That if you hate someone, that becomes part of your personality as well. You understand? So too much of unacceptable hatred has also been in the air in the state. The fact that the state has not acted upon it, There's a complete abdication of responsibility of the state. I don't need to say this. It is there for everybody to see. The only thing is that we have not raised these questions. Ulta, we are asking cookies and Meiteis and cookies and Meiteis. It's a fantastic way of, it's somebody, is also something that people ask. Whenever such kind of thing happen, then we must fundamentally ask, who gets benefit out of this violence? Then you will see the answers. When you have this statelessness, who's getting advantage of this one? Who's going to get benefit? Some people think that they are going to get separate administration. What is that Meiteis is expecting? No, I'm saying what this violence is going to pay them. Just think about it, this one, and then you will see. Why is it the Indian state is not stopping this? What is that Indian state has interest in this? ये कभी-कभी ये लगता है ना, there's Chanakya, Kautilya. Seemingly he had said something very interesting. That you try to convince some people. If you cannot, make them confused. I think that is what they know, that the people of Manipur cannot be convinced on certain political projects. So the best thing is that confuse them and create situation where those political projects can be presented as inevitable. You see, that's the kind of a policy that I sense. So, as a youth, two things is that ask critical questions and also try to see what is good for us as a society and what can be the implications of this conflict in our life in the days to come. That needs to be reflected upon very critically. And at the moment, I see an energy among the people. Every middle class who are otherwise not concerned about the state seems to feel something about it. I think that energy is there. I can see that. And if we don't channelize it properly, we will be losing an historical moment. For me, I have been saying this, every crisis is an opportunity for growth. And either at the level of the individual or at the level of the collective. It's a time that you will come to know your weaknesses and your strength. If you have a financial crisis, if you have a relationship crisis, whatever kind of crisis you have, how you respond to that will tell you what is your strength and what is your weakness. So this crisis for me is a moment where the people of the state, and particularly the Meiteis, must rethink about various categories through which they have been looking at it, and to reinvent themselves, fight back against our own weaknesses, don't hide it, and then augment and strengthen our strength and craft a future. So this crisis, you should not be intimidated or sort of bogged down by this. Take this crisis as an opportunity to reinvent ourselves for a better Manipur. I think that's what the youth should have in your mind.
Hello to the panelists. Very thank you for the wonderful session. And I have two questions for both the panelists. My first question is posed towards Professor Bimal, and my second question is posed towards Professor Amarjeet. So the first question here is for Bimal sir. It's that I was just wondering, I am not a native of Manipur, I am a native of Assam, and I have been closely following the instances of Manipur, and it really concerns me. And I have traveled all the way from Delhi to attend this talk. And Bimal sir, I was just wondering that as an individual, I mean as literate beings, I mean I would not call or consider myself educated, because the meaning of education, educated or education is totally different. I would just consider myself as a literate. It is such a subjective term. So considering that, do we really need to engage in a process of self-dialogue when we think, ethnically. How we think ethnically really matters, because at times we assert our identities as as belonging to a particular ethnic community. So I feel that as literates, as literates and as scholars or as students, as continuously engaging with such complex topics, so do you think that we really need this self-dialogue when we think ethnically, so that we come out of that negative zone of considering yourself to be very distinct, and that is a bit problematic, I feel, because what binds us is the red blood that flows inside us. It's not our identity. I mean, that's how I look at it. It's my personal view. So I would just like to know how you think about it. Thank you, sir. And my second question is towards Amarjit, sir. So, sir, you were mentioning about state. So when you were mentioning about state, and I was wondering that we usually read about, talk about top-down approach, what the state has, delivered to us. And by going through your talk, I was thinking that why not focus, now this is the time to focus on down to top approach, how we are thinking, like whatever is we are receiving, how we are thinking about that, like are the things that we are receiving really working for us? Like, for example, separate administration. I am against separate administration, because considering this unity in diversity, you have to think that way. So does this really work? And talking about autonomous districts and all, I would not like to name the autonomous district now, but I have seen instances whereby there is an autonomous district and there has been no school in remote areas. So what kind of autonomous districts is this? Like, what kind of empowerment is this? So yeah, so I would like to know more about this, how you view about this. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, thank you, Lukumani. This is my student, all the way coming from JNU to Chandigarh. Anyway, thanks for your questions. On your first question that you asked to be more, dialogue with the self. Even this is the paper which I wrote for the Kuki-Chin peoples. And there was a dialogue with the self, and so I was just remembering how we need to engage with dialogue with the self. And of course, community has been dialogue with the self, while community contests each other. But somewhere that dialogue with ourselves has not given much space. Our dialogue has been somewhere, I think, hijacked. I would like to take this opportunity to say about this dialogue, then I will come to autonomy. Well, I was looking at the Kuki-Chin Jaw people across Manipur, Mizoram, and Chin Hills. And Kuki-Chin peoples have been searching for the names, for common name and common nomenclatures and common identity. They never able to come to that common name, common identity. Many people think this is not, some people, right? Or the Gangte will say, Kuki-Chin people are the prisoner of themselves. They are not able to arrive to a common identities. I differ with that. The fact that they are not able to come to common identities and squeeze everyone into one. The fact that they have been negotiating, talking each other across clans, dialect, tribes, and sub-tribe communities among the Kuki-Chin people was a very positive factor in an age when everyone try to squeeze themselves, try to always look for singular identities or singular nationality. I thought there was a dialogue. Look at the two texts. One written by T. Goggins about Joe homeland. Look, another text on Jalingam. You'll find the dialogue between these two texts. One still talks about incomplete nations. There's a nation, but people still yet to accept it. People are engaging with itself. Whereas in Jalingam, it's already like we already have a nation, we already agreed it, we must fight for it. Look at these two peoples. They have been dialogue with each other. I love the way, for instance, we must not forget to look at some of us Kuki-Chin Jaw scholars. Oza Kamket Tangs, who wrote about the pieties across India and Myanmar borders.
Oza Gangte, who wrote about the cookies. Oza Gangte talks about Manipur as a national entity. Oza Gangte talks about how cookie chains were part of this Manipuri shelf. Oza Kamkethang talks about the pieties of Indian pieties and the Myanmar pieties and how differentiate between the citizens. They're having dialogue with ourselves among the communities. Somewhere that dialogue has either stopped or not given much space. Yes, we must have dialogue with ourselves. Not only to the point that Bimol was saying that we must also be critique of ourselves. Both the communities, they must have critique to ourselves. I think they'll also open the window for shared destiny or commonality between it. Once we look to yourself, when we look to yourself, you will also look to the world. On the question of why not we focus on how we receive, if you look at the top-down process. Yes, we must be looking at how we receive things. I would not say it's not about top-down process, how state is no more functioning with the top-down approach. Not complete top-down process, but where you'll find the top is in the down. There's already top, center in the periphery, people says that. Many people become part of it, maybe because of development process, maybe because of various kind of schemes for people. I would say state and communities, core and periphery, which used to say also come together. But yet it's true that how we are receiving things, how we become part of the state making, our nation building, we must critique ourselves, we must engage ourselves. I understand that how, for instance, let's take about Article 241, 244 Clause 1, Clause 2, 244A, all refers to administration of tribal areas in Indian Constitution. Rethink all this Constitution, rethink all this provision which has come in how it becomes part of the constitutions. It becomes part of the Constitution as a sort of accommodation and integration of ethnic diversities. And accommodation and integration of diversities, has it resolved the problems? Has 6 years old resolved the problem of ethnic issues? Has it able to completely integrate the peoples to the heart and mind of the nations? Or has it able to resolve differences that we are seeing among ethnic communities? While we assert our identity through the Constitution provisions, we must also engage ourselves. What are things we are receiving it? We don't just receive, we reflect on that. We must tactically, we must skillfully use constitutional provisions. If there are lapses or loopholes, we must identify it. We can ask for amendment. We can, of course, ask for amendment. We can ask for certain kind of new reforms and legislation, new legislations. We must reflect on what we have been receiving. And of course, you know, when we say what we receive, we talk about state, how we understand state. If you look at the history of Northeast India, our community in Manipur, we dislike state as much as we like state. We love and hate states. In the love and hate relation with the state, we are also being configured. We have been being set ourselves. Yes, we must reflect on what we receive. We must reflect because we must see constitutional mechanism and provision, how that can work in terms of having a good relation among the communities, how that may play hurdles in inter-community relationship, and how we can renegotiate and re-debate our constitution provision if it is not empowering the people, if it is not helping the marginalized section of people to fully address problems. So we must reflect on what we are receiving. And I think we are not just merely receiving. We are also not receiving. We are not just receiving. We are not just receiver. We are also become the active claimants, active claimants of various identity and autonomy. I have said that autonomous districts, I can't deny, we can't say we should not have autonomy. But we must declare how much autonomous region, how much autonomy can a region afford? How much of autonomous that also based on groups and corporates this can a society offer? Tell me how many autonomous state or how many autonomous region can solve human problems, basic socioeconomic problems. I think it's time to re-debate ourselves existing autonomy mechanism. Of course, by not denying the autonomy that each of us should have. We must have autonomy. Autonomous should be at various levels. Giving autonomy to district or community is not even, if it is all granted. Community need to be open enough. There's need autonomy. Women's need autonomy. Women's need autonomy. Lesser tribe or community, tribal community need autonomy. We need autonomy to question the political representative. We need autonomy to question the type of quality of life we are having. We need autonomy to question where has the money gone. We need to make any representative or accountable. We need autonomy to question various state and non-state actors on matters that concerning the welfare of peoples. We need various kind of autonomy, but we must also be time to discuss ethnic-based autonomy, or what you call constitutional models. We need to debate it. I know many people suggest it's an effective measure as a way out to solve a problem, but examples are not showing in the good directions. We must debate on that. Thank you very much.
See, internal debate and self-requirement to move out of the ethnic is what is essential in any process. That's why there are two things involved. When I speak, I don't have to deny that I'm a Meitei. Okay, in the name of humanity and humanism and neutrality, you don't have to do that. First, recognize that you're a Meitei, you're a Manipuri, you belong to that state. And then also realize how you feel. All these things are important. If you come from social science, then you will know there's something called reflexivity. So I know where I'm coming from. To constantly have a negotiation with yourself. And that is essential for you to have some clarity in life, where this is coming from. So that's why I said I am here as a Meitei, but when I speak, you will see that I talk about, say, imperial nostalgia that some Meitei suffer from. This can only come when you are able to have a negotiations, a critical appraisal of yourself. You as a community, why do we think the way we think? There are a lot of things that I have written about my society, and I still insist, much of my intervention so far is, if you see that my comment will be more than 90% is on what we as Meitei ought to do, rather than criticizing or attacking the other communities. If you see in the last 4 months of whatever I've written, whatever I've spoken out, the undercurrent of my speech is primarily my own community. Sharing, expressing what we're going through, and what should we do about it. And also realize what are our weaknesses. I have been mentioning that. I have written this for years on. See, I tell you, around 2003-04, I've started writing, and you can see some of my writings on that. I have called the way, say, Manipur history is written is nothing but monochromatic history. It's not only state-centric, but it is also a Meitei-centric way of writing history. So you should have alternative ways of writing history. If you're a history student, you will know, for instance, what the subaltern historians are saying, that you should be able to recover some of this history. But unfortunately, some of the intellectuals and academics become more of a propagandists and hate mongers in this conflict. You can see telling lies. You said something in one newspaper article, and then after a few weeks, you write something else. And then you are a professor of a university, and your hatred for Meiteis is so much that it flows out from your argument. And that, I think, is a lack of honesty. It is both intellectual lack of honesty as well as a human being. And it's okay. I can understand that some intellectuals become the spokespersons for a particular political project. is well and good. So, I mean, I need to contest, as Amarjit is saying, for instance, what is this autonomy all about? Does it pay? What the experiences of autonomy in India is like? How is the sixth schedule function in Meghalaya? How is the Bodo Autonomous Council functions? You can see whether what was expected of that institution, whether it is functioning or not. And in globally also, if you see, he cited some of them, criticism against the consultational model on an identity base. You will create another majority within the same thing, you know. So ultimately, what kind of principle you should follow? If it is autonomy, I am all for decentralizations. I have no doubt about that, but it has to be or, you know, possibly in all layers of the state structure, it has to be done. It cannot be decentralized to the whims and fancies of certain exclusivist sectarian ideology, some disintegrationist sectarian ideology. It's a bad logic. You know, that is where you are saying about one's too obsessed with one's own ethnic group or tribal, you don't have the capacity to live with others. And in human existence, if you lose your capacity to live with others, that essentially you mean that you are working against the basic essence of human being. We are a relational being. It doesn't make sense, you know, cookies and Meiteis can't live together. Is it okay if in this university that no cookie student is going to join the Panjab University because there are Meitei faculty members here? Is it that the cookies will not follow orders from Meitei army officers? Or is it that you can't join a company if there is a Meitei? This is nonsense. I know you should. It's okay, you can fight. There can be differences. You don't need to flatten society. I'm all for differences. And you should celebrate it. But it should not lead to detrimental developments on the way we exist in this world of globalized world, and a very exclusivist, disintegrationist, sectarian ideology. I don't support that. For me, as that's why when I take the stand, of course it will hurt the community or those who follow that ideology. That's inevitable. But this is an opportunity for dialogue. I said, this is not done. What you wanted to achieve with separate administration will not work. It can be done other way around. And what are the other common factors between you and me that we should work together? And this is the kind of attitude that you should have it. Although, unfortunately, some of the utterances is completely unacceptable, and it will harm, not Meiteis. It will harm these people as well. Believe me. You can't have this. Once you have this hatred and sectarian ideology deep inside you, it becomes the defining characteristic of yourself. So I think that self-interrogation is important, that one should move out of it. I believe that at least among the Meiteis, we also have a tough time. You know, when I say Meiteis have suffered from imperial nostalgia, it may not be music to some of the Meiteis. When I say too much ethnocentrism among the Meiteis is bad, not only for us, but for the state of Manipur, I dare to say that. The important question is, you don't get to see this from many other communities, especially right now who are involved in this conflict. So you're right. I wish that more of us, cutting across community, has this capacity to have a interrogation about their own stand and think beyond it. Right now, emotionally so charged. I can understand some of them are quiet. But I think the development is much more than these communities. For me, the number one thing in my focus is the Indian state. Why is it the Indian state is allowing this to happen for so long? Why there is a confusion among these who is in charge of the state? And why certain, why this government of India, Prime Minister is silent for so long? if they wanted to do it. And why is that some media houses in the so-called national level become partisan in their approach? I can understand people getting biased back home in Manipur, but what stake do they have it here? Rather than dousing the flame, they're fueling this conflict. I have said this in my interviews before as well. So unfortunately, the legacy still continues. The latest one to hit me hard is the Editor Guild of India's report. I don't know whether they're embarrassed or not. When you have been, the inaccuracies and factual mistakes have been pointed out, you should have the honesty and modesty to accept, the humility to accept that we made mistakes. But I don't see that coming in still. That's very unfortunate. That these are some of the things that critical self-appraisal is required by the Indian media and the so-called mainstream population in this country. Ye tamasa nahi hai. This is not a tamasa to be watched on television. You know, unfortunately, I must tell you this also today, I said, irreconcilable differences. This is a word that you get to hear, right? As in the deep distrust among these communities. I'm sorry to say this, but that was what the colonial forces have said about the Hindus and Muslims in South Asia. These people are inherently antagonistic to each other, irreconcilable communities. The separation is the only option kind of thing. If the Indians have problem with that assessment as a colonial framing, and we should avoid doing the same thing when it comes to, there is nothing inevitable, natural about the animosity among the people in the state. This is created and manufactured.
Due to time constraint, we have time for just for one question, please.
Good evening, sir. Actually, my name is Benazir Sana Yungkhaibam, and I am the president of the Student Council of MCM Devi College. I have come here with lots of my friends, and I just have a personal question, and I don't think it will be, I was asking if it will be critical or not, but to me it's a personal question. So I've been wondering that, I've been asking myself a lot of questions like, do we need a mediator to act as a, to solve the problem between the two communities? Until now, I cannot name even a single person who's able to make the solution to be, to both the communities to be calmed down. And I've been asking questions like, is there a need of a leader that can have the charismatic personality to even influence the national government? Until now, my answer has not been answered. So I just want sir to give me the answer. Do we really need a mediator, or do we really need a leader? And if it comes out, will he be able to solve the problem? This is the thing. Thank you, sir.
If some part of the country has a problem like the way Manipur is, what should the Indian state do? Anywhere in this country, इस तरह का कुछ घटना हुआ, मान लो, it happens anywhere in this country, what would the government of India do? What is that the government of that state will do? If the state is not functioning, what the government of India will do? What are the provisions in the constitutions? That's what you need to know. I don't think it's about the mediator as such. I think the state must take care of itself. Insofar as Manipur is a part of the Indian Union, the Indian state must take care of itself. So taking care of Manipur is taking care of itself. The moment you started looking as if it is a foreign country, and you have terms like buffer zones, shifting populations, the Indian army, Indian security forces are not doing peacekeeping duty in a foreign country. There are, and they should carry out their responsibility as a state should do, taking care of itself. So taking care of the crisis in Manipur is the sole responsibility of the Indian state. I have no doubt about this. So I don't think there is a need for a mediator as such. But the Indian state can think about various ways, and I have suggested one, break the ice, bring these MLAs to sit together. Kam se kam, थेरेपिस्ट के सामने जो है ना मियाँ बीबी जो झगड़ा होता है, do you force them to sit and talk at least? And that's what I said. If the Prime Minister's called these BJP MLAs from the state of Manipur, how many of you believe that some will not come? Tell me very honestly, how many of you really think that if the Prime Minister's called Kuki ho ya Naga ho, Maite ho, jo bhi ho, BJP ke sab MLA idhar aa jao mere saath, baatchit karna hai. Ye kya chal raha hai? If the Prime Minister does like this, do you think that some will say that main nahi baithunga uske saath? Tell me. See? क्यों नहीं करते ये? If you want to put up a mediator, then you think that once you do that at the level of the political, you have a meeting with the security forces and there are lacunas in this, there are armed groups. How to handle them? इतने साल से आपने इस्तेमाल करके रखा हुआ है some groups. We all know. Many of these groups are part of counterinsurgency mechanisms. Many people have pointed it out. पहली बार सुन रहे हो? You can hear, even in Karan Thapa's interview, Bablu Laitongam, the well-known human rights activist, said, these groups have been used as a counterinsurgency tools, first against the Nagas, second against the Meiteis. Think about it. It's not the government of India cannot do anything. Indian government is not bechara, bhai. It's not a helpless third world country. It's one of the emerging powers in this globe, and you can't even handle your backyard. You global leader बनने जाओगे आप? I mean, you need to ask these fundamental questions. या सीधे सी बोलो कि it doesn't matter. मणिपुर मरो, डूबो, कुछ लेना देना नहीं. I would be happy if you dare to say that also. कम से कम क्लैरिटी तो आएगा ना दिमाग में कि whether you really care or not. तो बोलो, सीधी सी बात है.
Just one question.
Okay, just last question. This is not exactly a question. I just want to compliment Professor Pima. It's okay. I am Mr. Shaiza. I'm from Manipur. I'm a Naga from Ukhrul district. So I'm very much a stakeholder in this whole messy situation. Yes, it is very encouraging to admit one's own mistakes. And the model, the approach that you have utilized today is indeed the right step in the right direction. I would, taking this opportunity, appeal my Mayday brethren to follow this measured and matured approach in dealing with this crisis, not the other way around. In social media, I have come across someone just saying, Kogi Shaktu. That is not the right approach to do at this moment. This is time when we have to coolly sit down and appeal to the other community, even if they appear to be very adamant. And this approach, I'm sure, would bear fruit. If the government has denied us, if they have ignored us, we have our own role to play. And me as a Naga has my own role to play. I cannot remain a silent spectator anymore. If two brothers are fighting in the family, the whole family equation is disturbed. And I am facing the same crisis over and over again. As far as this conflict is concerned, perhaps before you, I had been victimized before. The Kuki-Naga conflict precedes this one. So I've been a victim of this, but I hold no grudge against my Kuki brethren. What is lacking, what I observe is that this kind of discourse, mature discourse, is not forthcoming from the other side. Whether it is my ignorance, I don't know. But at least from the Mayday community, this has been going on. And I urge you to continue doing this in a very mature manner so that somewhere or the other, there will be a solution out for our community. We can't change our neighbors. We have to live with it, whether we like it or not. So let us work together for the common cause of everyone. That's it. Thank you.
Sir, since we are discussing on the problem and the root cause of the violence in Manipur, I just want to highlight one very peculiar and very particular things that is happening in Manipur since from a time immemorial. As we are Manipuri, and I think so many non-Manipuri are also here, we are so used to this term called economic blockade. So, economic blockade on the highways. So I think many of the non-Manipuris might have not known this, but we are very used to it. And we didn't even have we never bother and cared about the impact of the economic blockade since we are very used to it. So my question is that, sir, if you are a Chanakya to this present government, what kind of permanent solution will you suggest the government to bring the permanent solution to this economic blockade? Because this has created a huge impact to our lives. And Manipur is such a backward state. I'm saying again, it's such a backward state. If you happen to check the records of the BPL families who are under the below poverty line, they are very huge. They're very huge. They are saying the Meitei are very advanced community and all. I'm a Meitei myself. I live in Imphal. There are so many Meitei living in my community, in my area. Though it's in Imphal, they are living in a very bad condition. They are living in a very poor condition. Recently, an inmates from one of the relief camp, I think they are from Kangpupi and they are settled in somewhere in the Imphal. The inmates told that though our houses are being burnt and my shops have been completely burnt, I find myself that there is a little, relief that I don't have to pay taxes to the illegal taxes that some sections of the community, I must say those illegal insurgent groups or the cookie militants, I should not have named them, but obviously it's the clash between the two communities, I have to put it out. So that particular person has said that I find a little relief that I don't have to pay taxes like 2,000 to 3,000 per month, though I'm a poor myself, that I belong to a poor family myself. So is there any way out? So this is my ultimate questions to you, to Professor Bimol or the Professor Amarjit. Either of you can answer this. Thank you.
I think you have asked. You must remove. If you're asking me as a Chanakya, then I'll say make them confused and make sure that you don't leave your chair. Remain as Mantri throughout your life. But if I'm not a Chanakya, then I said it's a state responsibility to take care of the national highway is the responsibility of the union government. And then secondly, in our civil society, this is a militaristic thinking. You block the highway, you trouble them, supply line khatam kar lo, and that kind of a thinking. It's inflicting yourself. At the end of the day, you are creating an strained relationship with your neighbors and your own family members, to use that term. It doesn't help. You are getting, by inflicting yourself pain, you don't realize that you are inflicting pain on others. You're only inviting him or her to think in a similar line. So you will create complicated pictures. So I know blockade has been a regular feature of our life. It's inflicting ourselves. Man, this is a tool of, not of the courageous people, it's a tool of the weak. And with due respect to women, this is what the women do, nakra to husband. मैं खाना नहीं खाऊंगा, है ना, मैं काटूंगा अपने आप को. Inflicting yourself just to get attention of the others, which is not done. If you're courageous, you will not do like that. क्यों नहीं खाओगे खाना? Why should I hurt myself? So I think this blockade is a weapon of the weak. It's not normally done. So I think we can look at that blockade part. To my mind, is again, by and large, those of you in social sciences, it's a gold mine if you want to study the nature of the state and how it functions and manifests in the India's northeast, and do a comparative study of how the Indian state behaved in UP, Bihar, or rest of the country. It's an interesting unfolding nature of the Indian state. Indian state, you will begin to see more like Bhagwan with different roops, different images, and self gets reflected in different areas. In Northeast, they reflect an image which is less than desirable throughout our history, last 50, 60 years of our life or more. People like me who landed up in the so-called mainstream, we've been here, and it's at least Amarjit is slightly younger. We've been here in this so-called national mainstream in academic institution for almost 30 years as a faculty. Sin. So we started speaking up. Mainstream is where my father used to go for education in the late 50s and early 60s. And my generation are here to teach people from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, from Gujarat to Nagaland. That's a change in the way we do it. See, even in Panjab University, you have faculty from our state. JNU, we have at least 14, 15 of us? Itna chota sa state hai, but we have quite a number. In fact, we are the largest if you compare with the rest of the states in the India's northeast. I heard that there are more than 200 teachers in Delhi University, only from Manipur, both the scheduled tribe and general people. We are doing good in some sense, but we also need to change ourselves a lot. We have a lot of parochial outlooks and small minds, like we fight. That's why I said the entire Northeast will be swept by this neoliberal political economy. I am scared of heavy militarization of that place in the evolving geopolitics of this area, the realignment between India, Israel, and United States vis-a-vis with China. I have been saying this, people call me those days alarmists, but I'm more and more convinced now that the North is becoming another Cebu. There's a place in Philippines where the American military base is there, or an Okinawa kind of thing in Japan, where military bases are there for strategic purpose. If Northeast turns out to be like that, whether you are a Naga or a Kuki or a Khasi or a Homia, I was about to use an English word, bad word, we'll be all in a bad shape if that thing happens in the days to come. I think we should be very careful. Why should we waste our energy on use this thing? Think big. There's a greater challenge which is common for all of us. And this kind of ethnic crisis is draining our energies and our capacity to face a larger challenge which is sweeping across the region. I think that is important for us not to forget it.
Good evening, Professor Amarjit and Professor Koijam. I'm Sharmili. I am a faculty here in Panjab University. I teach engineering. So most of my friends are watching this program live, and they have a lot of questions addressed to both of you. But I'm just going to focus on one question that needs our immediate attention, and that question is addressed to Professor Akoijam. I'll just read out a message that was sent by my friend. Okay, I'll just read out his message. Now that the Supreme Court of India has absolved the Editors Guild of India by saying that it was freedom of expression, and the onus now is on us to prove that the news report has helped in inciting more violence, what do we do now? We just leave it or we contest it?
Ma'am, please repeat.
Should I repeat the question?
No, I got it. You know, I don't know whether I should say this. I was in touch with one of them before they visited. And there's a team of us who have been doing analysis of the national newspaper. It's a painstaking work. We're using theories and methods from media studies, trying to see how the national media have reported. And when I share with one of them, they said, you know, they also like to have a look at our report and so on. Initially, I was very happy when they said newspaper media should not be part of the information war. This is what the Editor Guild of India has, the press release. We have the document that the media should not be part of the information war. I think, unfortunately, EZI has become an example of what it wanted to avoid. As simple as that. Whether they provoke, the Supreme Court is taking a legal viewpoint in the sense that whether what they have published is sort of creating law and order issues, inciting problem on the ground. That's a very different questions, the legal questions. The other side of the question is, are you doing justice to your intended mandate? Or you just become part of the information war? Because some of the factual things which have come up now from the official document on forests, the way it is written, if I were in their place, I would have honestly accepted with humility that yes, we made mistakes. You publish a photo of a forest office being burned down as a house of a cookie, and then you suddenly change it into, by removing cookie, house being burned, it doesn't make sense. Anybody who knows media study will know why a particular framing is done, how framing influences the data or the information you give in a report. Like, for example, the discourse has been wrongly framed in terms of minority Christians, minority tribal, instead of looking at it as a larger, and some people are so confused saying that this has nothing to do with insurgency. We forget that Manipur is a deeply armed groups. Isliye to manifestation is different, no? Whether it is from the valley or it is everybody is armed. So why is it so? Because it is an area of armed conflict reasons. The people are armed like this. So how can you negate that? There's bound to have an, armed movements or armed insurgencies implication in the whole affairs. That's what, unfortunately, I'm still saying it, that I'm very intrigued that why this violence has been going on, why the Indian state has not been able to stop it, or is it, I have said it many times, this inaction of the Indian state itself is an action that gets implicated in the violence. I have said this, I'm repeating it here again. The inaction of the Indian state, its inability to stop the violence itself is an action implicated in this crisis. I have no doubt about it, that the question is, why? Why is the Indian state doing like this? Is it that you can't handle, oh, bahut mar jayega, some people told me. I said, it's a threat. It's an excuse by intimidating me. It's a lot mar jayega. मैं तो कहूँगा क्यों मरेगा? Is it inevitable? कब से? I mean, there are a lot of things. So we should be asking this question. I think instead of blaming communities, number one, I'm saying that the communities themselves have to be also reflect on themselves. There are a lot of things, undesirable things. Hate has been going on, it's been normalized in some sense. But the primary thing that we all must be asking is the abdication of the role of the state. I think that's important for us not to forget. So I think this press is a similar kind of thing. Has the Editor Guild has abdicated its responsibility? And to my mind, as I said, they have become the example of what they appeal the media not to be. Not to be part of the information war. I get a feeling that they have become part of the information war. It's very clear from that report.
I want to say something on this context. somewhere our happiness and sadness is also being playing out. The day we find reports supporting us, many of us are happy. The next day we someone attacking us, we are sad. Somewhere during the course of violence, several report has actually played with our own feelings and emotions. And we have been traumatized day by day. On the area of girls of India, you know, the Supreme Court has taken initiatives. We must wait for that. Several SITs have been formed at several levels. And I was also for looking several reports with clear minds. There was one report among all reports that it's not that we don't find some report reasonable. There was a report which says that we must acknowledge there are people on both sides who have good wisdoms, ready to share and acknowledge our pains and suffering. There are reports which really take careful that we should not engage it in. There are reports which I find very interesting, some reports, sensible reports, right? We should be moving for community enhancing approach toward the peace rather than community divided approaches. Yes, we were hoping for the girls of India, both of us were discussing around this time, that they have set certain kind of ethical standards. Now they have to answer themselves with the same ethical standards. And we know how things, and I was also thinking about several issues which can be taken in very right directions. One of the issues which I missed to say was on the issues of forests, for instance. On the reserve and protected areas and issues of evictions. You know, this can be discussed taking into various, even including Supreme Court judgment on right of the forest dwellers. And this can be taken like Forest Right Act, which Editor Guild of India didn't spend much time, I think, or they don't care to read all details. They could have actually give it a clear direction how rights of the forest dwellers, the tribes, the forest dwelling people can be look at it, including the process of eviction also. One Forest Conservation Act allows certain areas, which is the property of the state, or from the product of its state, it has state has a command. Or which is, so state can announce protected areas under the Section 28, Clause 1 of the Forest Conservation Act. Now, the Forest Right Act says, on the other hand, that every forest dweller who have been there for generations and who have lived with it, their records, their land records, their right need to be process of identifying their rights and record need to be completed first before they are being evicted. For those people who have been lived for generations. There are legal issues in between these two acts. Many a time Forest Right Act does not come into rescues of many tribal people in the hill when it comes to land resource extractions. There are issues or legal issues. Now Supreme Court has come up, also give the right that people who have been victims of eviction certainly have the right to claim for it. There are procedures to it. In fact, in the beginning, in the case Sonjang Village in Chochambar Kopong area, when protected areas, issues of protected area announcement, KNO was actually raising these issues in the court of law. So there are legal issues. There are channels to fight for the rights of the evicted people. But it would be wrong to reduce eviction as issues of one communities. Already, I think the chief principal conservators of Manipur Forest Department have come out with that, which was published in NDTV, that how eviction has been occurring for the last 1-2 years. And I have seen eviction myself. There are many unreported evictions. I have seen an eviction in Loktak, wetland area. I have seen eviction in Kakching. I have seen eviction in Chaukrul. I have seen eviction in Senapati. If evictions is the issue,
if the right of the forest dweller people is an issue, there are channels to fight it out. There are a lot of people who work for it. Look at the national land right activist writings. There are many datas in the public domains. There are many ways to fight it. Supreme Court itself says that people, when you evict, there's a certain record to be cited. But there's also the act which says that it can be all the surveys and all the process can be done later on also. There are legal issues to be discussed. So when ECI, Editor Guild of India, reports such kind of issue, they must take care about the debate which has been going on for a long time. And who are taking initiative to address that? Many of us, I said, when we fight for the right of the forest dwellers and forest dependent people, I must take this opportunity, as I have been working with the issues of forests and forest dependent people in the eastern side of the Impal, in the foothill of the Namaiching Hills. When this initiative was taken for Culture University at the foothill, many Métis villagers questioned it because it disturbs that relationship they have with the mountain area, the foothill areas. There have been rituals, and the mountains have been part of the community rituals. So it's not about tribe only. It's not about forest dweller, but also forest dependent peoples. So this debate can be directed in a good direction. It can have people in the media, people who are intellectual should give a good direction to it. So there are rooms to fight it out. There are a lot of things to be cleared out. And on many occasions, Forest Right Act 2006 is not been taken into consider by the own union laws. Many acts of union economic policies or economic activities, with infrastructure projects or extractions, they are exempted from application of Forest Right Act. For instance, so there are legal issues. So the right of the forest dwellers can be discussed in a better way. So this thing could have been brought into pictures. It also includes that there's commissions which come out with on the issues of so and so many hills have become part of the valley. And this has become a concern. Where was this people who we come up with this when so many villages were submerged by hydel power projects? Where were these people when so many scheduled tribe communities are being, their right has been, their own agricultural land has been, they have been displaced? Where were these people when so many people are fighting for their compensations? Suddenly some people comes, started interested in issues. So other than receiving this report, we should be engaging. Each of us should be engaging with the report and give a good direction to it. There are ways to do it. I'm for the right of the people. There are ways to do it, but it cannot be discussed. And this crisis of forest, this crisis resource is also the very good time for us to build a common future of Manipur. People should come together and share the concern. There are common concern, common interests, common right that we can fight. And there are enough opportunity to come out from our own ethnic enclosure and start connecting each other on issues of forest, on issues of land and resources. There are enough spaces. There already is space. There are already spaces. We need to give more. We need to empower ourselves to those common spaces. It looks like those space has been taken a backseat at the moment. They have lost it's what you call it's space at this moment. There are space to do it. There are good ways to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Malem and team, for a remarkable interactive session of Q&A. It was quite informative and at the same time heartwarming to see the response from our audience and viewers. And now, ladies and gentlemen, last but not the least, to present the vote of thanks on behalf of Manipuri Diaspora Association, Chandigarh, and organizer, may we have Mr. B. Umaganta on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. B. Umaganta.
Thank you, everyone. My job is to wind up this function. So, nevertheless, apart from my job, I would like to narrate a little bit about choosing this one voice seminar. I hope we can bring all the thoughts that imparted by our speaker today. And Professor Bimol also said that we should examine everything, regardless of scholars saying or doctors saying, professors saying, teachers saying, because we should have our own thought and judgment. So taking idea and thoughts for someone without analyzing is a very dangerous proposition for any journey in your life. Whatever you do, regardless of this particular violence or development or anything, whatever you do in your life. So I have given a lot of long name list to mention their names and express grateful on behalf of the Manipur diaspora Chandigarh. However, I won't be able to do that, but I would like to sum up with a note that it is very simple things that what is happening in our state, and in such situation when this is not something that we are celebrating, this is very shameful scenario what we are facing today, and the other teachers from this honorable teachers from Panjab University coming for 3-4 hours sitting with us, the teachers, the doctors. I mean, that is something we take it very remarkably, not only thankful, but we will definitely take in this in heart. All over this, our committee exists. And this committee was formed because of some necessity. Otherwise, we didn't have this kind of community organization, because our mindset is not having organization, and then, if you sociologically say that is like kind of tribalism approach, is never come into our mind. In my long career in Chandigarh of 17 years, nobody spoke about making a committee for Manipuri or Meiteis. But we thought of making Manipuri, Meitei diaspora, but ultimately our member discussed and agreed instead of Meitei to use Manipuri. I mean, that is very excellent suggestion came from some of our members. I mean, we still live in that kind of comprehensive and then to live together for all. But whereas we also should understand at the same time, I mean, we are the only Meitei communities, is the only community in Manipur who call themselves Manipuri. Other community doesn't call it. I mean, I'm not saying this in a negative note. This is our duty after hearing all this experience, thought from this scholar, three scholar, Professor Bhagat, Dr. Amarjit, and respected Dr. Bimol. I mean, we should have this idea and educate to other community whom we are living with to say Manipuri. Otherwise, if we keep staying like, and then your orientation is everything is Meitei, Kuki, Naga, we are not going to approach any goal in our life. And not only in our life, in the generation to come. Of course, you cannot eradicate Meitei, you cannot eradicate Kuki, you cannot eradicate any community. So this is the need of the hour, and the cooperation we receive from the Meitei community in Chandigarh is overwhelming, and I'm really thankful. And before I wind up, I would like to thank the member of MASAC, by compromising even such a delightful, such a, such a magnitude of knowledge being discussed here, but they are compelled to stay outside just to organize this function more successful. They are not able to be inside and hear, the interesting topic which is tendered by Dr. Bimol, Dr. Amarjit, and Professor Bhagat. That's what I would like to first start with them, the member of MASAC. I'm really thankful to you, all the students, and without you, this function would not be possible. And you have brought good number of members, and the whole is packed. It is very important to have any function. If you have a very scattered, people presence, that doesn't have any sense when you have, even good professors around. So your presence is really grateful, and we are very thankful. And again, the committee of this, Manipur Diaspora Chandigarh, they have been working for the last, 21 days, and we had to again cancel this function. That Dr. Bimol had a very tough time to handle our schedule, because I had to change the schedule of his coming. It was fixed on the 9th of September due to the election in Panjab University. Code of conduct was imposed, and we didn't know that, whether the function will be successfully able to do it or not. That's why we didn't take any chance, and then we postponed it. So what we take from this is, in spite of that difficulties that we have in the back home, we still have that courage to say that what went wrong with us. This is the beauty. This is the beauty of the member of Manipur Diaspora Chandigarh. That's why we brought this one voice seminar. It's not that for Meitei or Kuki or Naga. We want a voice coming for all of us, and then implement it. You cannot live in a way that, that fantasy. And we know what is a valley, what is hill. These are very important. So many student has been educated today, enlightened. That's the beauty we can count from such thing. And then approach in a very rational way and a peaceful manner. And again, my conclusion is, I have given this job to wind up the function. I can do it. I can wind up. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye. Because I have given that role. But Dr. Bimol said, the government has given the role, the powers and the tools to control a thing. It is not doing. That's the point I would like to note. The government has got the power, right? And tools. They are not doing it. So this is a big takeaway, which I really remarkably underline with the highlighter. And this is very important to know for all of us, and make your judgment. I don't have to describe, because the professors are here, doctors are here. They know the details, they know the data, they are doing this job day and night and compromising their family for us. We should not forget this. And I'm really thankful for everyone who is supporting us, who is coming in this function. And this is our last note, and we look forward this thought to bring more students again to conduct debating competition. Because this is not the end, this is not finished. These thoughts are going to be, lined up with us to choose which topic we have to again polish. And we can involve all the students to debate again in this hall and make some debating competition. And we have to live in all the time awareness and in a rational and peaceful manner. With this thankful note, let me wind up this function, and thanks everyone. Thanks Mr. Bimol for his precious time and sharing his schedule. Thank you.
That's about everything, ladies and gentlemen. We have finally come to the end of our seminar. It has been a great day and a wonderful evening with you all. Once again, my heartiest respects to all our distinguished speakers, guests, and my dear brothers and sisters. Again, thank you for all your presence here. God bless and have a pleasant evening. Thank you.